This is The City of Shadows, a Renaissance fantasy thriller, Book 3 in the Jocko and Luca series, by E.P. Clark. Copyright 2019. Narrated by E.P. Clark. Production copyright 2020. Chapter 1. Jocko. Amanda's voice shook him from his reverie. Being on holiday at home was making him spend too much time every day staring at nothing. He turned away from the slow rain filling the window and looked at her. "We'll be leaving soon," she said. "Leaving?" he repeated, sounding stupid to his own ears. "Leaving? When? Where? Why? I'm supposed to be resting. A month off from my service, a gift from Adorata, and a chance for the garrison to learn to live without me. Let Marcello learn to command on his own, now that he's been promoted to the position of head bodyguard." "I know," said Amanda, "but we will be leaving Prado," she told him. "Maybe in 7 days, maybe in 7 hours, but soon." Her face darkened, filled with shadow. "And I will be leaving you." "You want—" His heart squeezed his throat so hard he couldn't get the rest of the words out. "You want a divorce?" "Oh, no." She got up from the table and came over to his side. "That's not what I meant at all." She bent over and kissed the back of his neck where it joined his shoulders, right on the tattoo that marked him as a reborn man. Even after 7 years, his skin shuddered at that kiss. Not because it was unpleasant, because there was something so transgressive about a seer kissing that mark of reason that it gave him an illicit thrill of forbidden pleasure every time. Amanda knew that, and did it often. "Are you—" Dying couldn't make it out of his throat. "Ill?" he asked instead. Even from her position behind him, he could sense her gaze turn inwards, as it did so often these days. "Not at the moment," she said. Her voice lightened, he thought by force. "Perhaps I'll be called out of town," she said. "Some rich patroness, wishing to look into the future. 7s keep coming up in my readings, so perhaps it is Settima Bonaventura. Or, since 3s and 1s keep coming up too, Terzina Campanile or Primavera Colombina." "Of course," he said. Amanda had many rich patronesses these days. No woman of Prado would dare to get married or take any other grave step without consulting with Amanda l'Interpretrice and her cards first. Only recently, Amanda had had no need of cards. Half the time the future spoke to her on its own, without any medium. Jocko wished it would speak to her more plainly, but always it preferred whispers and riddles. "Lucrezia is set to marry at last," he said out loud. "Maybe Adorata has decided to summon you prior to the wedding." "Very likely," said Amanda. "So why don't we call on her now? It will save her the trouble of sending for us." Which was why, half an hour later, Jocko found himself, accompanied by Amanda, at the gates of the Prado Castello, where an astonished messenger told them that he had just been about to set out in search of them. Amanda smiled at him inscrutably in response, and Jocko knew that the reputation of Amanda l'Interpretrice had just gained a little more depth to its luster. The guards outside the throne room opened its doors as soon as Jocko and Amanda came into sight. "You go right on in," they said. "She's waiting for you, though she didn't think you'd be here so quick. She wasn't expecting you till the 7th hour. A dash of girlish mischief, still so bewitching even in a woman in her 5th decade, crossed Amanda's face. "The future spoke to me," she told them. The guards bowed in respect and squirmed in discomfort simultaneously. "We won't get in its way then. Please, Signora Amanda, come through." "Giacomo! Amanda!" Adorata rose from her throne to greet them. "Is anything the matter with Luca?" she asked, her voice turning anxious. "Not that I am aware of, Your Highness," Amanda told her. "We came in response to your summons." But I just dispatched the messenger not a quarter of an hour ago. But you had the thought earlier than that, did you not? Well, yes. Adorata smiled and sat back down. Just in time for you to arrive here at this moment, in fact. She looked around at the small crowd of petitioners and advocates waiting on her in the hall. I must finish my business here so that I can speak to you in private, she said. Go call on Luca, and then await me in my chambers upstairs. I will be with you shortly. Amanda curtsied and, taking Giaco's arm, led him out of the hall and up the stairs, to where the royal family had their private chambers. Comandante da Prado! Every guard they passed stopped to salute Giacomo, or shake his hand, or call out his name. The Prado Castello took great pride in having such a distinguished warrior as their commander, and the younger guards tended to fawn around him, hoping to glean a little of the glory that they seemed to think hung over him. Giaco, for his part, tried to instill them with at least a little of his hard-won wisdom, including the wisdom that second-hand glory was little better than none. But this generation of young men, like every previous generation ever born, had little taste for wisdom. Glory was ever so much more interesting, especially when it was won by a homegrown hero. And so Giaco was known as da Prado, even though every single one of the guards there was also a da Prado, a person from Prado. The garrison wanted to underscore his connection to his and their natal city, and to remind themselves and others that Giaco was famous enough, that the name da Prado was known all over the Dei Fiori kingdom. Of all the thousands of da Prados that existed, their Giacomo was the most important. He had even outstripped his father, the famous artist and leader of the rebirth, Giovanni da Prado. Now it was the son, the younger son, who was known as Il da Prado, the da Prado, if clarifications were required. The da Prado who had so distinguished himself at the Battle of Cinquevilla and many others. The da Prado who had been Prince Luca's beloved bodyguard before becoming commander of the Prado garrison. The da Prado who had, in some way that most people didn't quite understand, been instrumental in bringing an end to the persecution of fortune-tellers and other dabblers in magic, even as he remained a reborn man, a believer in reason and harmony. The da Prado who, for all his family's dedication to the rebirth, had married the beautiful Amanda l'Interpretrice, the most skilled reader of cards in all the Dei Fiori kingdom. That da Prado was one that the common folk, who still clung to superstition and magic, could love, and the artisans and nobles who had dedicated themselves to the rebirth could respect. If only all the love and respect from commoners and nobles alike left a little more of Giaco for his family. But you couldn't have everything. Now, when Giaco and Amanda approached the suite that belonged to Prince Luca, the single guard at the door snapped to attention and said, quivering with zeal, "Comandante, it is an honor." "Marco, is the prince out?" asked Giaco. Marco looked back and forth in astonishment between Giaco and Amanda. "She didn't read it in the cards," Giaco told him, more patiently than he felt. "There's only one of you on guard right now, which means either the prince's guard detail is being slack or he's out. Which is it?" "Ah, he's out, Comandante," said Marco. "Where is he? What's he doing?" Marco's eyes darted back and forth some more. "I couldn't say, Comandante." Giaco bit back a sigh. Of late, Prince Luca had been doing a lot of things that his guards felt unable to talk about, at least in front of Giaco, who had raised Luca like a son. "Off debauching again." "The prince is a young man of strong, passions, Comandante." "I'm sure. When do you expect him to return?" Marco smiled weakly. "It's not for me to say how the prince spends his time, Comandante." "Well, let us into his suite, then. We'll wait there till he returns, or Princess Adorata summons us." Marco shuffled his feet and stared at the floor. I don't know if the prince's rooms are, in a fit state for visitors, Comandante." How so, man? The prince may be out sowing his wild oats from morning till night, and night till morning, but I have a hard time believing that the castle maids are letting things slide when it comes to tidying rooms and washing linen. I believe what your poor man is trying to say, my dear Giacomo, is that there may be someone in the rooms, Amanda put in. Marco's sheepish look confirmed Amanda's words. You mean to say, said Giaco, feeling heat creep up around his collar, that the prince has left one lover alone in his rooms while he goes off chasing after another. Marco shuffled his feet some more. Like I said, Comandante, it's not for me to say what the prince should or shouldn't be doing. I just stand in the corridor and guard this door, Comandante, begging your pardon. This time Giaco was unable to repress his sigh. That's right, you do. And you do it well, Marco. And you're right not to let anyone in. Who knows what kind of high-born young lady might be there, with nothing but your dedication to duty to protect her virtue. Well, my dear, shall we return to the throne room? Perhaps the princess will be ready to speak with us. Not quite yet, my love, said Amanda. There was a commotion at the end of the corridor. Giaco! A young, brash, slightly drunken voice shouted. What in all the hells are you doing here? Chapter 2. Coming to see you, of course, my prince, said Giaco. How fortunate that I didn't miss you. I heard you were out. Why? Luca's pale face was flushed, and his lips, so fine they were almost too thin, were pouting. It made him look even younger than his 20 years. He could almost still be that 13-year-old boy Giaco had rescued from the old prince's shadow walker. Only that boy would never have looked so sullen on seeing Giaco. That boy also would never have been flanked by half a dozen minor nobles, every one of them known for his drunkenness, gambling, and debauchery. The princess summoned us to an audience, Giaco told him. We wanted to visit you while we were here. Well, you've seen me. Now if you'll excuse me, Giaco, I have company. Much more interesting company than a soon-to-be pensioned-off guard and a washed-up old whore. Giacomo, my love. Amanda's hand was on Giaco's arm. She smiled at Luca, as warmly as if he were her beloved only son. How lovely to see you again, my dear prince. Maria la Guaritrice has been asking after you. She was concerned that your pox hadn't healed completely. But I see that it has not stopped you from returning to your former reveling. If you have any concerns, do drop by. Perhaps a washed-up old whore will have some words of wisdom on the subject. Or send your lovers. I'm sure they could use our help even more. My services are much in demand these days, but for you, my dear prince, I will try to fit them in. There are so many, though. Let's see, there's Alessia de... Yes, I know, you like to look down on me. Luca's pale face was flushed so red it nearly hid the shadow under his skin that moved almost, but not quite, with his every movement. You like to scold me and remind me of how I should be behaving, when you were no better. Worse, in fact. At least I only frequent whores instead of... We're leaving, Giaco said, cutting Luca off. It was that, or punch him in the face. Princess Adorata must be waiting for us by now. He turned on his heel and stalked off before he could say or do anything he might later regret. Although at the moment he couldn't imagine what that might be. Luca needed to be straightened out. Luca needed a sound hiding. Even that might not be enough. It's not your fault, Amanda said to the back of Giaco's head. She was out of breath from trying to keep up with him, but she still spoke firmly. It's not your fault that he's like this, Giaco, nor is it Sauro's. Giaco slowed down enough for Amanda to draw level with him. So whose is it? Why, his own, my love. No. Giaco shook his head. I can't believe this. The Luca I raised practically from a baby would never act like this. Why not? Because I taught him better than this. I know you did, my love. And someday, The stars and cards willing, he will remember all your lessons. But right now he is like a man possessed with a fever, and there may be nothing we can do other than to let the fever run its course." "It's that damn shadow." Amanda took a step back from the vehemence in Jocko's voice. "No, my dear," she said, stepping close to him again and taking his arm in her own. "Have you learned nothing after 11 years around shadow walkers? The shadow is you, nothing more and nothing less. Well, it is both more and less, but it doesn't change who you are. Perhaps Luca is lashing out against all the discipline that the shadow demands, but he is doing it as himself." "I can't believe that. I can't believe that the little boy I watched over for all those years would turn into this brash, this thoughtless, this completely arrogant, not to mention pig-headed, man." Amanda laughed. "So has said every parent ever, I am sure. Now come. Adorata is waiting for us, and she has an important request to make to you, to both of us." "You're so certain?" Amanda smiled. "I am. I saw it just now." "And what is it?" "Why," Amanda smiled even wider than before, "for you to take up your old post as Luca's bodyguard." Chapter 3. "My princess, is that wise?" Jocko's voice held all the distaste for Adorata's request that he had not managed to express when Amanda had warned him what it would be. Adorata's nostrils flared. Amanda stepped forward before Jocko could get them both in more trouble. "What my beloved husband means to say, my princess, is that the Prince Luca we encountered in his rooms today is not the same sweet boy that my husband once watched over. He is now a young man, and requires, perhaps, a different type of companionship than what my husband provided him for all those years." Adorata's face softened. "I am glad to see that you, at least, Amanda, possess wisdom, whatever faults I or your husband may have on that score. But in answer to both your questions, perhaps it is not wise, but something must be done, and I have no one to turn to other than Giacomo da Prado, the man my family has turned to so many times before. No doubt you encountered Luca returning from his debauches. I would say his nightly debauches, but these days his revelry, to give it a kinder term than it deserves, takes place in the broad light of noon as well as the dark of midnight. I know you no longer watch over his every coming and going, Giacomo, and nor do I expect you to, but maybe you should. Maybe the eyes of the one man Luca has ever truly respected will bring a little shame to his actions, when everything else has failed." "And Sauro," Jocko said before he could help himself. Adorata smiled, a tight little smile, joy and pain cutting at cross purposes across her face, as she always did when Sauro's name was mentioned. "Luca esteems Sauro greatly, as he well should, but he does not respect him the way he does you. And besides, Sauro is not a fit companion to accompany Luca to Lucrezia's wedding and stand with him at the ceremony. Someone must get Luca to the wedding. Someone must see that he is sober when he arrives and sober enough when he leaves. Someone must ensure that he does not make the De Fiori family look like a pack of prize fools in front of our new kin. These Hellenes Lucrezia is marrying into are challenging neighbors, no matter how far away they reside. I would not wish to give them any reason to look down on us, or give them anything they could use as leverage against us. Luca falling down drunk in the middle of the ceremony would be an embarrassment. Luca spilling out all our secrets in his drunken ramblings would be a disaster. And what if he reveals the secrets of the shadows, of the order of infinity? The consequences could be— I beg your pardon, my princess, but my understanding was that Helene still practiced magic openly, said Amanda. In fact, I am hoping to meet some of their augurs and diviners myself. They say that some can see years into the future, just from the movements of pigeons on a market square. They shall have plenty of scope then, said Adorata. La Città dei Fiori has even more pigeons than Prado. What signs our Hellene visitors will glean from them, I cannot say. Accompany Giacomo to the wedding, Amanda, and speak with our visitors. But above all, do whatever you must to prevent Luca from creating an incident. Tensions between us and all the other kingdoms, principalities, city-states, and up-jumped hamlets with pretensions of grandeur that will be represented there are already high enough. We can't have Luca starting a war because he lifted the elbow too liberally at his sister's wedding." "I understand, my princess," said Giaco, "and I am sorry. I had not realized how far Prince Luca had gone down this path of licentiousness." Adorata shrugged, a coarse gesture for her shoulders, normally so royally straight and broad. It was nothing but boyish fun, until it wasn't. Perhaps taking Luca away from his companions will have a sobering effect on him. We must leave tomorrow at noon, and we'll be traveling in state over the course of 2 days. Irksomely slow, I know, but appearances must be maintained. Luca and I must arrive in the city in all our finery, bearing gifts that will astonish even these jaded Hellenes. Let us hope that they will know enough to appreciate fine art. I am bringing a statue cast by your father, Giacomo, of Lucrezia as the goddess of flowers and death." She smiled, another tight little smile of joy and pain. "Let these Hellenes remember that she is both an innocent maiden and a powerful queen. Let them treat her gently, even as they fear her too much to abuse her." "That is a wise gift, my princess, as well as a generous one," said Amanda. "If the Hellenes do not understand its significance, I would be sure to remind them." "That I will be certain to do," said Adorata. "Someone must remind them of whom they are dealing with. My parents, I fear, this does not leave this room, are so besotted with the wealth and power this match may bring them, that they have fallen head over heels in love with everything Hellene, and may sign away half our kingdom and all our dignity to them in their exuberance. They are not the shrewd rulers they were in their prime, and Desiderato has little control over them, and fails to exercise what control he does have. So it falls to me to ensure that the match is a beneficial one, for Lucrezia and for our kingdom. And Luca drinking himself silly and despoiling some noblewoman's daughter will make it that much harder for me to protect my sister and my people. So please, Giacomo, and you too, Amanda, please do everything you can to bring Luca to his senses, or at least not ruin the wedding and the alliance utterly." "We will do what we can," said Giaco. "I know you will. Be ready to leave at midday tomorrow." Chapter 4. The previous day's cold rain had given way to an even colder sunshine when Giaco and Amanda showed up shortly before midday at the Prado Castello. Carriages, horses, servants, and guards were all milling around in the courtyard, while Fabio, the castle steward, bellowed orders that were only sometimes heeded. "Comandante!" Fabio stopped shouting at a hapless stable boy and came over to greet Giaco and Amanda. "Honored by your presence, and yours, Signora Amanda. Marcello, come here, man. Comandante da Prado has arrived with his signora." Marcello, the new head of the royal bodyguard, and the acting commander of the Prado garrison while Giaco was away, came trotting over and saluted breathlessly before he even came to a full stop. "Comandante, I was just going over the final preparations with my men. If you would care to check my orders, I would be honored." "In a moment," said Giaco. "Where's the prince?" Prince Luca is making his way to us, Comandante. I just sent a man to find him. The princess told us, of course, we all understand why, but the less said the better, perhaps. Anyway, the princess informed us that you would be acting as his personal bodyguard for this journey. Do you have any requests, Comandante? Any commands?" "Just show me how you've arranged things," said Giaco. Marcello had been a good bodyguard, but he was an anxious commander, insecure in his command and prone to second-guessing himself. Jocko had promoted him to head of the royal bodyguard when Jocko himself had been made commander of the entire garrison. But he had frequent doubts about his choice. Unfortunately, it was still the best choice he had. Marcello was nervous, but he was intelligent and organized. The other guards were the kind of men who were happy to stand outside a closed door for hours at a time. An excellent quality in a guard whose service was more for show than for action. A poor quality in someone who had to make decisions and give directions. And despite the presence of Adorata and Luca, Prada was still not interesting enough a place for a young man of real ability to serve in its guards, let alone come there from elsewhere. All the young men with talent and ambition went to serve in Fiori, the capital city, which left Jocko with young men without talent or ambition to fill the ranks of his garrison. Trustworthy was the best he could hope for. It was fortunate that things had been peaceful in the De Fiori kingdom since Jocko had come back and taken up his current post. By the time Marcello had explained to Jocko in unnecessary detail all the orders he had given and arrangements he had made, Fabio had gotten the carriages packed, Adorata had come out of the castle and was standing outside of her carriage, talking to Amanda, and the guards who thought they were out of Jocko's sight had pulled out a deck of cards and started up a surreptitious game of sette e mezzo. Everything and everyone was ready to leave, except Luca, who still hadn't made an appearance. "The prince does know he is supposed to come join us, doesn't he?" Jocko asked Marcello. "Or at least his guards know." "I told them myself," said Marcello, "but perhaps they misunderstood. Maybe I didn't make myself clear enough." "I'm sure they understood," said Jocko. "I think I know where the problem lies. Tell the Princess Adorata that I have gone to collect her wayward brother. Tell the stable hands to ready the prince's horse and mine for riding, and then stay here with the rest of the procession. Be ready to set off when I return." Jocko ducked into the castle before Marcello could insist on providing him with an escort. He slid around a panting maid, who was running out to the courtyard with her arms full of lace and frills, muttering something about Alessia delle Montagne and signorine who couldn't make up their minds about which of their 33 dresses to bring to a 3-day event, and jogged up the stairs leading to Luca's rooms. He was greeted at the door by the sounds of Luca's guards pleading with Luca to bestir himself and join the procession, and Luca shouting. How did he manage to sound so sullen while shouting fit to wake the whole castle? That he had a sore head and couldn't leave, and how dare they bother him when he was unwell? Jocko tried the door, unlocked. He slammed it open without knocking. "Bad news, my prince," he said. "Your bodyguards are all worthless." The 2 guards and 3 servants who were gathered around Luca's bed all shuffled their feet and looked away, too ashamed to even make excuses. "Never mind," Jocko told them. "I know you were all trying to get the prince to shift himself and do his duty. But you still left the door unguarded. Go report to Marcello when we leave and tell him you've been relieved from your duty guarding the prince and put on gate duty instead. My prince, get up." "My head hurts." "I have no doubt. Umberto at the Nobleman's Delight says you've been drinking him dry every night for a fortnight. All the vineyards of Prada will be stripped bare if you keep this up, my prince. That is, if your head doesn't burst first. Now get up." Luca dug himself deeper into his covers, a sullen pout warring with a pain-filled squint for control of his face. "You can't hide away in your bed forever." Jocko strode over and, before Luca or anyone else could stop him, jerked back the covers and flung them onto the floor. Luca shrieked, and then shrieked again when Jocko took him by his collar and dragged him off the bed and onto his feet. "Fetch the prince his riding clothes," Jocko ordered. "I can't ride." "It's the best thing for you," Jocko told him. "Sure, it will hurt at first, but then your head will clear and you'll be glad of it." "I won't." "Will you dress yourself, or will I have to do it for you, like I did when you were 3? Luca made a face. He made another face when his servants brought him his riding clothes. Jocko almost made a face too. The clothes were fine, but soaked in wine and maybe worse things. "We're sorry, Commandante," the servant holding them said. "The prince's clean riding habit has already been packed away for the journey. We had to take this from his dirty laundry." "Well, if you puke, no great loss then," said Jocko. "Dress yourself, Luca, and let's be gone. You've been keeping the Princess Adorata and the Signora Amanda waiting this half-hour at least." "Amanda isn't a signora," said Luca, not looking at Jocko. "She's an old puta—" His voice withered and died under Jocko's glare before he could get the rest of the word out. He dressed in sullen silence and, groaning, followed Jocko out of the castle. Chapter 5. Adorata was waiting in her carriage when Jocko returned, Luca in tow. She favored them both with a tight nod when Jocko presented Luca to her. "I see Stella and Sole have been readied for riding," she said, speaking only to Jocko. "I assume you intend the both of you to travel on horseback rather than in the carriage with us." "I do, my princess." "Very well. As you see, I have invited the Signora Amanda to join me, so she will travel in every comfort and safety. I wish you a pleasant journey. Be so kind as to give the order to depart immediately." Jocko surveyed the procession. All the guards, coachmen, and outriders were in place. Only he and Luca were holding them up. The sun was already past the halfway point in the sky. "Set off as soon as the prince and I are mounted," he ordered Antonio, the guard in charge of the procession. "And keep a steady pace, but not too slow. We want to reach Dieci Miglia by sunset." "We've still got time, Commandante," Antonio assured him. "Yes, but not that much. I don't want the princess caught out in the dark on the road between here and Dieci Miglia. Keep a good pace, and don't take too many breaks unless the princess commands it. Even if the princess does command it, explain to her why it's a bad idea." "I doubt the princess will be the problem, Commandante," Antonio said. They both looked sideways at Luca. "Don't worry about us," Jocko said. "We'll keep up, one way or another. Let's get everyone moving." His hand on Luca's arm in a way that was somewhere between fatherly and frog-marching, Jocko walked them past the front guards, past the carriages, past the wagons carrying supplies and gifts, to the very back, where the rear guards were waiting impatiently. Stella, Luca's light riding horse, and Sole, Jocko's only horse, were waiting even less patiently, dancing side to side and causing the guards and their horses to give them a wide berth. "I can't ride." Luca covered his mouth as soon as the words came out, as if afraid that more would come out after them. Dark circles stood out under his eyes, and his skin had an unhealthy green tinge to it that even the shadow he always carried couldn't mask. "You can walk if you prefer," Jocko told him. "I'm going back to bed." Jocko snagged Luca by the collar as he tried to escape the circle of guards and horses forming around them. "You're going to your sister's wedding," Jocko told him. "One way or another. Your sister's wedding to a foreigner, a Hellene, who will take her away across the sea, maybe never to return. You will attend it if I have to hold you at sword point the entire time. And going there on horseback will help you sober up. Maybe by tomorrow you won't be such a disgrace to the De Fiori family, at a time when they need all their members to present a strong and gracious front." "I'm not a disgrace." "Then act like it. Take Stella's reins, put your foot in her stirrup, and show all these people watching you that you are a prince who knows what his duty is." Rage flashed across Luca's face, so strong that for a moment Jocko thought Luca might lash out and strike him. He told himself it was only his imagination that the shadow under Luca's skin seemed to darken and move, like a black flame flaring to life. But the guards on either side of Jocko must have seen something too, for they both put their hands on the hilts of their swords. Very well. Luca's shoulders slumped. His face was now pale as milk, with sickly blue-green shadows around his mouth and temples. The circles under his eyes were so dark it made Jocko want to flinch away from the sight. You're right, Jocko, as usual. I'm making an ass of myself. He tried to smile, but only managed a tight little grimace. Leg me up, and I promise to behave myself better in the future. I have no doubt of it, my prince. And you'll see, some fresh air and you'll feel right as rain. If what the cards say are true, I'll never feel right as rain again, said Luca, but he said it so quietly Jocko could pretend not to hear it. Chapter 6. The fall air was chill but clear and sunny, and yesterday's rain meant that even at the back of the procession, Jocko and Luca were spared the dust that such a large company would have raised in summer. For the first few miles, Jocko left Luca to nurse his hangover in peace. Once he judged that Luca had had enough sulking time, he started telling him about the landmarks they were passing. I know those are the holdings of the Delle Montagne family, Luca told him irritably, as Jocko pointed out a castle just on the edge of sight, at the top of a high hill. Luca squinted at it. It doesn't look like much. I thought you would have taken an interest in it, my prince. I don't see why. It's nothing. And Alessia Delle Montagne, is she nothing too? Luca wrinkled his nose. No, she's worse than nothing. I never should have. Well, never mind. But now I can see why she's so silly. She's from a silly little castle. You can hardly see it against all the rocks and cliffs behind it. Appearances can be deceiving, Jocko told him. That castle has never been taken. Can you tell me why? Because it's not worth taking. Jocko ground his teeth a little. Believe me, my prince, many have tried, as you well know. Let's try again. If you were to draw it, what features would you pick out as worthy of attention? What would your true sight, your drawing sight, tell you about it? Luca groaned. Not drawing again. You, of all people, should know I have no gift for art, Jocko. You've certainly spent enough time failing to teach it to me, and I don't know why. When will I ever need to be able to draw? In order to draw pictures for your beloved, pictures of your beloved. Faugh, what a waste of time. Why would I want to have some girl's face following me around all the time? You might be surprised, my prince, by how your feelings on the subject will change when you become a man grown, by which I mean when you earn the love of a good woman. But even if you never have the pleasure of drawing the face of your beloved, the art of drawing is still a valuable skill. A prince should be able to see what is really there, and drawing is the best way to learn to do that. No, it's not. It makes you see that what you see isn't actually what you see. Exactly, my prince. Luca groaned again. Why couldn't Sauro have ridden with me instead? At least he could have talked to me about something useful. I assume it was decided that it would be best not to parade Sauro publicly before our guests. No doubt Princess Adorata had a quiet word with him, asking him to lie low in Prado for the wedding. No, said Luca. She sent him on ahead, and she wouldn't tell me why. No wonder she's never gotten a husband. She's such a purse-mouthed shrew. That is your sister and your sovereign ruler you are speaking of. And besides, you are speaking nonsense. Princess Adorata is wise beyond her years. Prado has rarely been so fortunate in our rulers. A husband would only get in her way. Especially a shadow walker. Everyone knows. We will not gossip about Princess Adorata's reputation. Why not? Everyone else does. All the more reason for her brother to remain silent on the subject. Look, my prince, butterflies. They must be the last of the season. Oh. Luca glanced without interest at the black and yellow butterflies fluttering across the road, and went back to complaining about his head, his stomach, his seat. He hadn't ridden in 2 weeks, he admitted, or was it a month? Not since the last time Jocko had taken him out, anyway. The weather, the road, the wedding, and everything else he could think to complain of. Jocko nodded along, not bothering to argue. He was too angry to risk saying anything. Or was he sad? He remembered an earlier ride along this road, with a younger Luca. They had encountered a flock of black and yellow butterflies then, too, and Luca, enchanted, had said he wanted to be just like them. But now he couldn't even be bothered to glance up from Stella's mane long enough to get a good look at them. His whole being was focused on himself and his own complaints and miseries, and it was making him blind to everything around him, including things that in earlier days would have brought him joy. Now he couldn't bring joy to anyone, not even himself. "It's the shadow," Jocko told himself. But the words rang hollow. Luca's problem was not that he was a shadow walker. Luca's problem was that he was a pampered prince who had had too much responsibility and power, and too little training in how to use it, thrust upon him from an early age. Jocko had tried to do what he could for him. But Jocko could only do so much to counteract every other person with whom Luca interacted every day. All of them wanted something from him or for him, and they were willing to give too much to him and take too much from him for him to learn how to be his own person. And yes, the shadow couldn't help. What would it be like to have something that was you and not you inside of you all that time, giving you power beyond what other men could dream of, but threatening to destroy you at every step? And Luca had been carrying it within him since the age of 9. No wonder he wanted to cut loose a bit. But now that he'd started, he didn't seem to know how to stop, and no one else could or would stop him. "I guess it's up to me, as usual." "Come, my prince," Jocko said out loud. "Stella and Sole are champing at the bit, begging to stretch their legs. Let's let them. A bit of a gallop will clear your head like nothing else." "Or make me puke all over the saddle," said Luca. But when Jocko gave Sole his head, Luca gave Stella hers. They galloped past the rest of the procession and for another half a mile beyond. When they reined up, Luca's face was almost pink, and the shadow had receded until it was visible only in the hollows in his temples and under his eyes. Chapter 7. Luca was not exactly full of good cheer the rest of the day, but he didn't puke and he didn't have another outburst, not even when Alessia delle Montagne came up to him when they had stopped for the evening in Dieci Miglia, and, smiling her most beguiling smile, invited him for a postprandial stroll. "Why don't you accompany the signorina?" Jocko suggested. "Escort her around Dieci Miglia." Luca gave him a look of deep astonishment, mixed in with more than a little rebuke. Obviously, he had been counting on Jocko to save him from Alessia. "Oh, yes," said Alessia, her fair cheeks flushing with what appeared to be genuine enthusiasm. "You know, I've lived my whole life within 10 miles of Dieci Miglia and never once seen its sights. And who better than you, Prince Luca, to show me its special sights? You know, the ones you promised to show me someday." "Perhaps on the way back," Luca told her, almost managing to sound gracious. "Tonight I fear my sister, the Princess Adorata, requires my attendance." Alessia made a sad little moue, but curtsied and left without further attempts at seduction. "Why didn't you go with her?" Jocko asked. "She's a pretty thing, if you like that blonde-haired, blue-eyed look, and you could do worse than Alessia delle Montagne. No doubt your family wouldn't let you marry her, but an affair with her, handled right, would raise both your values on the marriage market and provide the basis for a future alliance." "I take it you don't like that blonde-haired, blue-eyed look." Luca gave him another look of rebuke that was almost puppyish in its artless sorrow. "No, but it takes all sorts." "So, you never liked looking at me?" "What? Oh, by all the stars, boy. I mean, my prince. That's different." "How so?" It's different when it's your child. I mean... Jocko tried to come up with words to take back the admission that had so carelessly slipped out, and failed. I know what you mean. And thanks. And Alessia, she's trouble. Only if you let her be. No, I mean, she's interested in things, magic, like everyone in Prado. Now that the persecution of the Order of Infinity has stopped, and it's known that I'm a member, everyone in Prado wants to be a member too, or at least become a seer or a scryer or a hedge witch. But Alessia's ambitions are grander. She wanted me to teach her how to shadow walk. Jocko took a second look at Alessia, who had now cornered Amanda against the side of the inn where the most favored guests were staying, and was talking to her intently. And did you? Asked Jocko. Of course not. I don't have the skill for it. Luca looked displeased to admit that. I can do it myself, but Sauro prefers that I only do it under his supervision. Still, after 11 years, I think I do it well enough, but I can see that teaching is still beyond me. So I had to refuse Alessia, but she won't take no for an answer. That's what she wanted when she asked me to show her the special sights. And now she's badgering your wife to show her how to read the cards, no doubt. Luca gave Jocko a sidelong look. Sorry about, what I said earlier. I didn't mean it. You did, Jocko told him. Or you wanted to insult me anyway. You're doing all the things you know you're not supposed to be doing, Luca. You're trying to bring shame down on yourself. But apology accepted. Really? I remember what it was to be 20, Jocko said. I may have tried to bring shame down on myself then, too. I thought that was when you fought the Battle of Cinque Via. It was. But when I led that charge and defeated all those men single-handedly, I was disobeying orders. I just had a fight with my commander, and my commander's commander, and been sent off in disgrace to await my punishment in the camp. But instead I snuck off to the battle, and then I quarreled with my commander again, refused to withdraw when he gave me a direct order, and ran off to lead the charge myself. Everyone except for me thought I would die, and rightly so. But you knew you would be victorious. No, said Jocko. I wasn't thinking at all. I was being a stupid ass who had to prove to everyone he was a man, and I did so by acting like a little boy. It was just my good fortune that I survived my own stupidity, and the stars favored me with the title of victor and hero instead of criminal and coward. But it could have gone either way. No, it couldn't have, said Luca, because you're Giacomo da Prado, the best fighter in the entire Dei Fiori kingdom and all the other lands around. You were fated to win that fight. I don't believe in fate, said Jocko. No, said Luca. You should. Why? Asked Jocko. Have you seen something? But the only answer Luca would give him was, ask your wife. Chapter 8. Jocko did attempt to bring up the topic of fate with Amanda that evening, after they had retired to bed, as well as the matter of her leaving him as she had said she was going to do. But she brushed aside all his questions, telling him that fate was a serious business best not delved into too deeply by someone such as her, and the cards were cloudy today. But half the time you don't need cards anymore, Jocko pointed out. And the other half I do. Now go to sleep, Jocko. We have an early start tomorrow, and many hours of ceremonies to attend when we arrive. She turned over, and to all appearances fell straight asleep. She must have gotten up at some point during the night, because when Jocko rose the next morning, he found an ordinary deck of playing cards by her side of the bed. All the sevens were turned face up. What does that mean? He asked her. That we will be 7 hours on the road, like as not, she snapped. I'm sorry, she said quickly. I have been feeling poorly of late, It is nothing to worry about. I'll leave you and go bother Adorata instead." But rather than leave, she gathered up the cards, shuffled them with a practiced hand, and dealt them in some pattern intelligible only to her. "Ace, 3, ace," she muttered to herself as Jocko dressed. 3 and 1 again. 7, 7, again. The king and queen of coins. A royal 7.5. "What does it mean?" Jocko asked again. "It means good fortune for whomever has the winning hand," she told him. "Now go get Luca out of bed. We're supposed to have an early start this morning." The morning's start was early only by the standards of someone who worked largely at night. Getting such a large party up and moving, especially when the party was full of nobles and royals, was a slow business. Admittedly, it was an early morning for the guards and servants, as they had to do all their ordinary duties of feeding and dressing and harnessing, and also chivvy their charges onto their horses or into their carriages, and then wait around while their masters deigned to do the things they had expressly ordered the servants to ready them to do. The procession got on the road by mid-morning. Since they were expected in Fiori by midday, but would only arrive by 2 o'clock in the afternoon at the earliest, runners were sent on ahead to let the greeting party know. Organizing that delayed their departure further, especially since it allowed the servants and guards to settle down to another round of cards while they waited, and the winners were reluctant to abandon their hands, which meant that the others were fidgeting and complaining about the wait. Even Luca was impatient to get started by the time they actually set off. "Patience," Jocko counseled him. They had elected to travel on horseback again today, or rather, Jocko had overridden all of Luca's complaints of saddle soreness, aching legs, chafed fingers, and all the other aches and pains of an unfit rider, and insisted that they ride their horses instead of traveling in the carriage with Adorata and Amanda. It would help clear Luca's head, he said, and Adorata and Amanda, no doubt, had women's business to discuss. "What kind of women's business?" Luca demanded. "Dealing with foolish husbands and foolhardy brothers," Jocko told him. "The upcoming wedding, the Hellene guests and what they might be wearing, ruling a city, the usual business of women." "Adina does rely on Amanda's counsel, it's true," said Luca. "I don't know why." "Amanda is wise." "Yes, but she's just a... Don't look at me like that. I was going to say fortune teller." "And as such, she sees the future. What ruler wouldn't want to know the future?" "Even so, Sauro says." "Yes?" "Sauro says that fortune-telling is the least precise of the magical arts," said Luca quickly. "The weakest, the easiest for anyone with even a sliver of talent to pick up, and the most difficult to do correctly. He holds fortune-tellers in low regard." "And what does he say of Amanda?" "That she is the only fortune-teller in Prado who can read the cards true more often than not," Luca admitted grudgingly. "That she has the true talent, the one that enables the reader to pick the most likely future out of all the possibilities the cards show. He says she reads fate, not the future." Luca shuddered. "It sounds scary, to be honest. I don't like the thought of fate, even though Sauro believes in it, and believes Amanda does too. But it's still maddeningly imprecise. He rarely uses it himself, or goes to fortune-tellers for advice." "Except for Amanda." "Except for Amanda," agreed Luca. "Her he trusts, as much as he trusts any of them." "In that, Sauro is wise as well," Jocko said. "I know he wants to introduce her to one of the Hellene augurs who will be attending the wedding. He's become fascinated with Hellene magic lately. He never had much use for Lucrezia, but he approves of her choice of husband." "Your mother's choice of husband for her, you mean?" "Well, yes, of course." Luca squirmed uneasily in the saddle. "And she's already talked of looking for a match for me as well. Lucrezia held out as long as she could, but in the end the lure of leaving was just too strong. She was even willing to agree to a marriage of state if it meant getting out from under our parents' thumbs. But I don't have that problem. I'm in Prado with Adina. Until your parents decide to recall you to Fiori, Giaco said. Well, true. Lucas squirmed uneasily in the saddle again. To be frank, one of the reasons I didn't want to go to this wedding was that I thought it might remind them of my existence and make them decide to recall me home or insist that I marry, or both. I understand your fears. I fear those things too. But you must attend Lucrezia's wedding, even so. I know. And with that, they rode on in glum silence for several more miles. Chapter 9. Their procession reached La Città dei Fiori proper only at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, by which time another cold, dreary rain had started. The steward of the dei Fiori family had, with uncommon good sense, called off the formal greeting ceremony, and simply sent out troops of servants and ostlers to hustle the people into the castelli and the horses into their stables as quickly as possible. Adorata and Amanda were only slightly damp, but Giaco and Luca were wet through. They were given no time to change before being ordered to attend the king and queen in the great hall. "Lucchino!" cried the queen as soon as they entered the hall. "Why are you so wet? How did this happen? Why didn't you change into dry clothes?" She rose from her throne. "Who failed to take charge of you? Who failed to send you to the baths immediately upon your arrival? Who—" "You did," the king cut in, sparing Luca from making the same statement. "You insisted that they be brought to you directly. And here they are, straight from the road. Audie, Luca, welcome back, even if your arrival was delayed. We've had to cancel this afternoon's ceremony because of you, but travelers can't always make their own plans." "We had to cancel the ceremony because of the rain," the queen contradicted him. "We apologize for our tardiness," said Adorata with a deep curtsy. "Truly, as you say, father, travelers cannot always make their own plans." The king grumbled a bit more at that. Adorata was his least favorite child, followed by Luca, so being deprived of their company for an extra couple of hours was not a hardship for him. Rebuking them in the great hall may have been a pleasure, however. "There will be a grand feast this evening," he said. "Go and ready yourselves for it. If you start now, perhaps you won't be late this time." Adorata curtsied again. She had always had the knack of placating her father, even if she couldn't make him love her. Luca bowed, rather less deeply, and left the great hall with his face set in a pout. His mother's cries for him to wait so that she could embrace him only earned her the response, tossed casually over his shoulder, that he was going to the bathhouse just as she had ordered. Giaco bowed to the king and queen and followed Luca out of the great hall in the direction of the royal bathhouse. Guards came running up to him from all directions, attempting to shake his hand, clap his arm, or slap his back. It would have been welcome, except that it was making it hard for him to keep up with Luca. Ulrico and Damiano, two of the other longest-serving guards in the king's 50, the 50 guards who watched over the royal children, caught Giaco by each arm and started talking to him in both ears at once. Now that all the royal children were grown, and Lucrezia was about to be married, the king's 50 was being disbanded and reassigned. Damiano and Ulrico wanted to share the latest about that with Giaco, gather his thoughts on the subject, and get his reassurances that none of them would be retired. Giaco had to wrest himself bodily from their grasp and go jogging after Luca, who hadn't even seemed to notice Giaco's absence. Servants greeted them at the entrance to the royal bathhouse. Before they could begin the complex process of ascertaining Prince Luca's bathing preferences and what he should be dressed in when he finished his bath, Sauro suddenly stepped out of the shadows. "Leave us," he ordered. Chapter 10. "Sauro!" Luca's joy at his appearance was unfeigned. Suddenly he was the sweet-tempered boy of Jocko's memories, not the sullen, self-centered young man he had become. Sauro stood there in silence until the servants had all left. "You took your time getting here, Luca," he said once they were alone. "I'm sorry, Sauro." Why couldn't Luca ever be this apologetic towards Jocko? Why was it always Sauro he wanted to impress? "Delays on the road." "Caused by you?" "No." Sauro looked to Jocko for confirmation. "Only partly," Jocko told him. He half wanted to deny any wrongdoing on Luca's part to Sauro, just to make it clear that he was on Luca's side. But lying didn't seem like the right thing to do either. Maybe Sauro could get Luca to straighten out when no one else could. "Let me guess," Sauro said. "Out debauching again. Head too sore to get up the next morning." Luca's shamefaced silence was confirmation enough. "You've been set on this path of frivolity for months now, Luca. At first I brushed it off as the exuberance of youth. Every young man deserves to have a little fun, sow his wild oats. But it's been getting all out of bounds. You missed our last 2 training sessions, and how many training sessions have you missed with Giacomo?" "Giacomo has been off duty for almost a month," Luca said, by way of self-defense. "And you missed the previous 2 weeks of training with him before that," Sauro pressed on. "First you hurt your leg, then you had a sore head. And how did you injure yourself? Why was your head sore? Because you'd been out reveling with these young men you falsely think are your friends, that's why. You've neglected your training in magic, you've neglected your training in sword work, and you almost neglected to come to your own sister's wedding. Tell me, Luca, is this how a prince behaves?" "I'm not a child," cried Luca. "I'm a prince. You should treat me with respect." "Then earn it, my prince. And you can start by treating your teachers with respect. Now, get undressed. You too, Giacomo. We're going to take a bath. And I'm going to tell you about something that I think will be of interest to both of you. More than interest." Sauro began to undress without even bothering to turn his back on Jocko and Luca. Jocko followed suit more reluctantly. Being naked in front of Sauro felt deeply wrong. And what would he do with his sword? He eventually settled on bringing his boot knife in with him, carried in his hand. He expected Sauro to mock him, but he had no intention of going anywhere unarmed. "You are wise to carry that, Giacomo," Sauro told him, when he caught sight of the knife. "Not that I expect attack in the bathhouse. That is why I chose it. Did you know that the royal bathhouse is the most warded part of both the Castello Maggiore and the Castello degli Eredi? Built by orders of Prince Felix, the founder of Fiori, or so they say, and under his express direction. The wards here are of such complexity that even I cannot decipher half of them. The rumor is that Fortunata the witch princess added a layer on top of Prince Felix's original spells. She was said to be an adept at creating wards of fear whose skills have never been seen before or since. Although that did not save her any more than her name did when they came to burn her at the stake. Some might find that an ill omen, but we can rest assured that no assassins will sneak up on us here." "A servant might," Jocko said, "and servants make the best assassins." "Prince Felix thought of that eventuality, no doubt. But you are wise to think of it too. Sometimes a little cold iron is better than all the wards in the world. Come, let us take the steam." Sauro led them into the steam room, which was so filled with clouds of vapor that Jocko could barely make out the reliefs carved into the marble walls. All of them had the flat, oddly proportioned features that meant they had been done before the rebirth. Jocko's father would have disowned any apprentice of his who had done such clumsy works, and probably his own sons as well. Jocko wondered which of the carvings, all of which depicted the world as people thought it to be, not as it really was, were the wards Sauro had spoken of. He would still rather trust in true steel. He set his dagger beside him and hoped he wouldn't have to use it. Already the metal was growing uncomfortably warm, and his fingers and the hilt were slick with steam and sweat. "So, what is this thing you wanted to tell us?" Luca had taken up an entire bench without offering it to either Giaco or Sauro, and was now lying full length on his back on it. Through the steam, Giaco could barely make out his bored look, aimed at the ceiling rather than at them. "Do you remember how I told you that I hoped to speak with the Hellene augur the wedding party was to bring with them?" Luca nodded without bothering to reply out loud. "Well, I have." Sauro paused. He waited until Luca finally turned in his direction and demanded, "Well, what did he say?" before continuing. "She, my prince, she, the remarkable Zoe, blind in one eye but gifted with a sight that sees through the veil that separates past and future, flesh and spirit, flame and shadow." "Don't let Audie hear you talk that way," Luca warned him. "The Princess Adorata has nothing to fear from me, and no cause to reproach me," Sauro said. Giaco couldn't tell whether he meant it as a declaration of fidelity or a declaration that there was nothing between them. No doubt he had meant it to be ambiguous. Everyone had been wanting to know the exact nature of the relationship between Adorata and Sauro these 10 years or more, and no one had ever had their curiosity satisfied. "If you say so," said Luca. "So, Zoe, blind in one eye. She sounds like an ugly old crone." "Ugly old crones often have the most wisdom, my prince. But in this case, no, she is not an old crone. She is young, barely more than your age, but she has been gifted with the kind of talent that only comes along once a generation, if that, and, even better, she has not squandered it with idle foolishness and debauchery." Even through the steam, Giaco could see the face Luca made at the reprimand. Giaco wanted to make the same face. Did Sauro mean to say that Luca also had the kind of talent that only comes along once in a generation? Giaco was surprised to discover he didn't like that thought one bit. If magic and shadow walking were something that Luca was merely dabbling in before he settled down to his real purpose in life, that was one thing. But if he was the most gifted shadow walker of his generation, then that was something else. If Luca had been gifted in anything else, Giaco would have taken pride in his ability. But why did it have to be this? "So," Luca folded his arms, "what has this ugly young crone seen that is so important?" "She took me out yesterday to watch the movement of the pigeons on the Piazza del Mercato," Sauro began. Luca snorted. Giaco was tempted to join him. What could pigeons tell of the future? "You may be asking yourself what pigeons can tell of the future," said Sauro. "No, I didn't read your minds. That is merely what I myself thought. But you could say the same of cards, or crystals, or anything else seers use to scry. After all, you fear the readings of the cards that you have done of late, do you not? Even though to others' eyes they say nothing special. Even Amanda sees nothing especially portentous in them. But you say they say that fate is waiting for you. And you may be right. The magic is not in the thing, but in the seer's mind. In Zoe's case, the movement of pigeons brings forth what her mind already knows, or so I surmise. So we went to the Piazza del Mercato to watch the pigeons." "So what did the pigeons tell her?" Luca's face had not lost any of its skepticism. "When we walked up to them, they all scattered in fear. I had seen it many times before, of course, but this time I was aware like no other of their movements, each pigeon separate and yet part of the flock, and their unwillingness to be near me. They were guided by an intelligence that was within them and yet greater than them, like a worker of magic." "We're not like pigeons," Luca protested. "No, Zoe showed me differently. Through her eyes, both the seeing and the unseeing one, I saw how the pigeons were remarkably like us. But that is not the true vision, the one I wanted to share with you. That came later. One pigeon became trapped in a corner between us and a market stall with a low roof. It turned this way and that in a frantic search for a way out, but there was no clear space for it to fly free. I could see and feel its fear, and so could Zoe, for she turned to me and said, "There is a reason why panic is named after a god." Luca frowned. "The Hellene god Pan," Sauro explained. "Yes," said Luca doubtfully. "The one with goat legs, isn't he?" "That one, yes. The one whose voice sends its listeners mad with terror." Luca snorted again. "A reborn man has no need of such superstitions, does he, Jocko?" "Perhaps not, my prince, although this reborn man has learned not to underestimate the power of fear." "Indeed," said Sauro, "and you, my prince, are not a reborn man." Luca pursed his lips in a pout. "I can be both. Jocko's taught me all the arts of the rebirth, haven't you, Jocko?" "I have tried, my prince." "Giacomo has done his best, but still, my prince, you are not a reborn man," said Sauro. "And neither, fully, is he. Not after all these years with you and me. Be that as it may, that is not what matters here, although I believe Zoe was trying to say something of import when she said that phrase. Anyway, we stepped aside and let the pigeon escape. And then Zoe asked if I thought that pigeon spoke of Lucrezia's future. Would she, Zoe asked, be as desperate to escape as that pigeon? "Probably," said Luca. I said I doubted it, and I do. Lucrezia is going into this of her own free will, with her eyes as open as they can be in an arranged marriage to a stranger. And so then Zoe said it must mean someone else, someone close to Lucrezia. "And so?" Luca looked no less skeptical. "And so we walked back into the center of the piazza, the pigeons flocking around us and flying away, until they were all frightened off by a hawk circling high above. And Zoe said that we, too, had a hawk circling above us, although we did not know it yet. Something, she said, is coming for us, just as that hawk came for the pigeons, and we would do well to watch out for it." "That's not very clear," said Luca. "No, the first glimpse of the future rarely is. But I know this, my prince. Danger is coming your way." Chapter 11. Luca, for the first time that Jocko had witnessed, refused to believe Sauro's words, and argued flatly against them. He left the steam room, took a cold plunge, dried off, and dressed, all the while arguing against what Sauro had said. And then he took up the subject again with Jocko while they were walking from the royal bathhouse to the Castello degli Eredi and Luca's old rooms, where, a servant informed them, they would be staying. "We can't stay there," Jocko protested. "I must be by the prince, yes, but I have my wife with me, the Signora Amonda, one of Princess Adorata's favored counselors. The second room in that suite is unsuitable for 2 people, especially when one of them is a lady. The first room in that suite is unsuitable for 2 people, or a lady even by herself. It's unsuitable for anyone but a child. Prince Luca is a man grown now, and traveling with his own retinue. Surely appropriate accommodations could and should be provided." "My apologies, da Prado," said the servant, not sounding very apologetic. Jocko didn't know him, and if he had ever heard of the Battle of Cinquevilla, or how Giacomo da Prado had saved the life of Prince Luca not once, but several times, he was not impressed. "With the Hellene guests here, both castles are full up. Prince Luca's rooms are still empty only because, like you said, They're not suitable for anyone else. Jocko was tempted to ask where Luca would have slept had his rooms been nice enough to give to the Hellene guests. But he didn't, in case the answer would have been in an inn. "It's fine," Luca said. "I like my rooms. They're the only part of the castle I like. Come on, Jocko, let's go. I'm sure Amanda won't mind." "I'm sure she won't complain," said Jocko. "But she'll mind, and I'll mind for her. That bed in the guard's room was hard and lumpy 10 years ago. The stars know what it will be like now. And it's barely wide enough for one person. I'll have to sleep on the floor, and there's hardly enough room for me to put down a pallet and bedroll there." "You've slept on worse," said Luca. Before Jocko could reply, he went on, "And we have more important things to worry about. You don't really believe Sauro's story, do you?" "I believe he told us what he saw and heard and thought," Jocko said for the 3rd time. "But Jocko, pigeons!" "As Sauro said, how is that any different from cards?" "And you a reborn man," said Luca, not responding to Jocko's point. "A reborn man who spent the past 11 years looking after a shadow walker. A reborn man married to a fortune-teller. I believe in reason and harmony and intellect and all that, Luca. I've seen what my father and other artisans have achieved with it, and I'd be a fool not to. But I've also seen magic. I've felt it. I would be a fool not to believe in it, too. Part of being a reborn man is striving for the truth, seeing what's really there. And the truth is that magic is really there, Luca, just like the sun and the stars and the wind. So I walk both worlds and see no conflict. And so, yes, I believe that Sauro is telling us what he believes to be the truth, and yes, we should take his words seriously. Perhaps the pigeons were just being pigeons, and the hawk was just being a hawk. But if seeing such things helps remind us that there are those out there who might harm us, hunt us down, then I will take that knowledge however it comes. Besides, Amanda has been she's been saying things that indicate that she might be sensing something too." "Did she say what?" "No, it was very vague." "Then what's the point of talking about it?" "The point, my prince, is for you and me to be on our guard. And so, with that in mind, let me check the rooms before you come in." Jocko gave both tiny rooms and Luca's tiny childhood suite a thorough search, but found nothing other than cobwebs and dust. The maids had obviously been ignoring these rooms since the last time Luca and Jocko had stayed in them. The only sign of the servant's presence was an elaborate suit of clothing laid out on the clean counterpane of Luca's bed. The other bedding was as dusty and musty as the rest of the room. Luca eyed the clothes with disfavor. "I don't know if I'll be able to stand upright with all these feathers weighing me down," he said, prodding the hat with one finger. "Courage, my prince. Sometimes duty requires sacrifices. What was that?" That turned out to be 2 servants bringing a pallet into Jocko's tiny cell next door. "For the Signora Amanda," they explained. Jocko stared at them. "You don't seriously intend the Signora Amanda to sleep on that?" he demanded. "The Queen's orders," he was told. Luca came into the cell and peered at the pallet over Jocko's shoulder. "That doesn't look very comfortable," he said, "and neither does the bed." "It's not," Jocko told him. "Oh." Jocko could see, clear as day, the thoughts churning in Luca's head. Jocko had slept in that bed every night for years and never complained. He had done it for Luca, and Luca had never appreciated it or even known that Jocko was doing it. So what should Luca do and say now? "I'm sure Adi can find somewhere more suitable for the Signora Amanda," was what he said, which, under the circumstances, was probably the best response. Chapter 12. An hour later, Giaco and Luca made their way from the Castello degli Eredi to the Castello Maggiore's great hall, which had been transformed from the royal reception chamber to a fantastical scene. It had been decorated to look like grottos and woodland groves, with a mechanical mountain at the far end. All the servants were dressed up in costumes, some of which looked Hellene, some of which appeared to be part animal. The servant who came to lead them to their places had hairy trousers and horns sticking up through his hair. "Who are you supposed to be?" Giaco asked him. "Pan," the servant answered grimly. "Later I'm supposed to play a pipe and caper with some rustic nymphs." "Can you play a pipe?" Giaco found himself asking. "Very poorly, but compared with my dancing, it's pretty good," said the servant. "But the queen insisted that we decorate the hall to look like Hellas, and that all the servants be dressed as Hellene gods. So here I am, dressed as a goat in front of the royal family and our honored guests. Over here, if you please, my prince." Luca was seated at the royal table, next to Adorata. Giaco, it turned out, was not to sit, but to stand behind him. Luca tried to protest, but the queen leaned over, pushing Adorata out of the way with her ever more capacious bosom, and said, "Nonsense, my dear! Of course Giaco has to stand behind you. He's your bodyguard. You can't expect him to join us at the table, now can you?" "But—" "It will be my pleasure and my honor, your highness," Giaco said, before Luca could start a scene. He took his place behind the chairs, halfway between Luca and Adorata, as a sort of general bodyguard for this side of the table. "Thank you for being so gracious, Giacomo." Adorata gave him a grateful smile over her shoulder. "You should be sitting with your lady, and I asked to have her up here with us, but she has been put down at a lower table. I quite envy her, to be honest. She's sitting between Zoe, the Hellene augur, and Maestro Benedetto, the head of the Order of Infinity here in Fiori. Now that would be a conversation to listen to. If only Sauro could join us, it would be complete." "Where is Sauro?" Giaco asked. "Watching," Adorata told him. She lowered her voice. "From the shadows." Giaco looked around. Suddenly the shadows and the absurd groves and grottos decorating the hall took on a darker cast, like little patches of night from the real forest, where the dark was truly frightening and something to fear. "Anyway," Adorata was saying, her voice becoming brisker and lighter, "I've arranged for Amanda to have a place with my maidservants. I wish I could do better, but I had no idea that they would try to put her in that kennel where they kept you for all those years. But the castle really is full up, so my maid's room is the best I could do. It's not as much as she deserves, but she will be comfortable and cared for there. She seemed very fatigued by the journey, so I hope she will be able to find some decent repose there. Perhaps she can skip 2 or 3 of the more tedious ceremonies and take some rest while everyone else is out." Giaco wanted to ask about Amanda's fatigue, but just then Lucrezia and her intended came parading in to loud cheering and applause, so he had to content himself with looking at Amanda across the tables and assuring himself that she looked hale and hearty and happy to be conversing with Zoe the Hellene augur. Zoe was, as Sauro had said, barely older than Luca, and therefore not a crone, but she was not what Giaco would call lovely either. She had an awkwardly thin body, a strong thin face with a large chin, the beginnings of a mustache above her thin upper lip, and large dark eyes that looked in different directions. The only thing that saved her from being truly ugly were the masses of dark curls piled on top of her head. That, and the luminous glow to her face, that was not a matter of paint or powder, nor even mere youth and health, but intelligence and that special spark that says, "This person is touched by the gods." Amanda had the same look, and the good fortune to have better features to go with it, too. In the candlelight, her skin, still smooth and fresh for a woman in her 5th decade, was as rosy as that of a woman half her age, and the wavy spirals of her hair were almost as dark as Zoe's, and even shinier. The only thing Giaco didn't like were the dark circles under her eyes. Of late they had been growing more and more prominent, and this evening they stood out starkly, nearly hiding the lustrous beauty of her actual eyes. Giaco could almost fancy he saw them move independently of her face, like the shadow that rode inside of Luca and Sauro. The flickering candlelight, he assured himself, nothing more. The feast was proceeding smoothly, for a feast. Most of the unimportant folk, and a few of the important folk, were already drunk and looking to get drunker. The servants were jogging up and down the tables, trying to keep up with the demands for wine, and skipping out of the way of groping hands. Between the running and the groping, their costumes were becoming ever more disheveled. Giaco saw the one dressed as Pan neatly avoid the grasp of one of the Hellene guests, who appeared to want to see if this fake foreign Pan had the same aspects of virility as the real one. The servant retreated, straightening his goat-leg trousers and cursing under his breath. Giaco thought about sharing with him when he came within hailing distance that there was a reason why Panic was named after a god. Probably that bit of wisdom would not be welcome, though. Once 3/4 of the feasters were well and truly drunk. Luca was near to falling off his chair, but had otherwise behaved with admirable propriety, and no one could stomach another of the elegant but rich and foreign dishes that were being served. The entertainment started. The Pan servant led off with a festive pipe song accompanied by 3 serving girls who were supposed to be forest nymphs. Perhaps they had been more nymph-like earlier in the evening, although all 3 were plump and solid, not willowy and ethereal. But by now they were flushed and frazzled, and their costumes had noticeable rents in them from grabbing hands. As the servant had said, his pipe playing was passable at best. Fortunately, it was a short performance. It was followed by a section of something Giaco vaguely recalled from his boyhood lessons as being a famous Hellene play. Something about women who refused to let their husbands into their beds until a war ended. Only it had been rewritten slightly to include a number of bawdy remarks pointed at Lucrezia. She turned a bright pink and couldn't bring herself to look at her betrothed, who appeared to be sleeping or insensible from drink anyway, and thus failed to get any of the jokes and witticisms aimed at pleasing him. Then there was a grand tableau on the artificial mountain at the end of the hall. Something about the Hellene gods. Giaco's eyes were burning from the smoke and wine fumes, and his back was aching from standing so long. Surely he wasn't the only one who felt this way. Surely they would finish this soon, and respectable people could go to bed. Giaco would be going to bed by himself, while Amanda slept with Adorata's maids, but at least they would both be safe and sleeping. As the tableau was drawing to a close, Lucrezia's intended suddenly jerked awake. The queen leaned over and said something to him. "Yes," he said. "Very impressive." The sleep was rapidly leaving his big brown eyes, revealing something wild in them. He, the thought flashed through Giaco's head, could have played a very convincing Pan. "You have studied our ways with care, but now I wish to see something of your ways. Where is our entertainment? When will you show us this magic you have, this shadow walking, that your Prince Luca is said to be so skilled at? That is why we agreed to this match, to learn the secret of shadow walking. But so far all I have seen from him is drinking." Chapter 13. The queen froze. The king scowled. Lucrezia's face went from pink to pale in a heartbeat. Prince Desiderato half rose, his hand on the hilt of his knife. Only Adorata remained calm. "We are flattered that our renown in this area has traveled so far, Prince Demetrios," she said. "At a convenient time, I would be delighted to facilitate a conversation between you and some of our more skilled workers of magic, and perhaps even a demonstration. But now, I fear, is not an auspicious moment for it. Everyone's head is so muddled with wine and feasting that it would be better not to attempt anything right now. But in the morning, when everyone is fresh—" "I want to see something now." Prince Demetrios was sitting bolt upright, his face hard, all vestiges of sleep long gone. "I did not travel all this way for a few dishes of bad food and some poorly recited poetry. I certainly did not travel all this way in order to bed her." He curled his lip at Lucrezia, who flushed bright pink again, this time from rage. "You want to see something from me?" Luca had come out of his drunken stupor, and was curling his lip at Prince Demetrios with as much contempt as Prince Demetrios was aiming at Lucrezia. "You want to see shadow walking? Very well, I will show you shadow walking." He stood up and held out his hand to Prince Demetrios. "If you are brave enough to do it with me." "Lucchino!" cried the queen. "Luca, for once in your life, act with sense," cried Desiderato. "Luca, perhaps this would be better done with Sauro guiding you both," said Adorata. "Sauro will say no," said Luca. He walked, swaying only slightly, over to Prince Demetrios and held out his hand again. "Will you come with me, or are you all brag and no battle, like all Hellenes?" Prince Demetrios's wild eyes gleamed. Jocko thought he saw something flare in them. Not a shadow, but something else, like a black flame. Demetrios stood up and put his hand in Luca's. "Not all battles are with swords. Show me what you can do, De Fiori Prince. Or are you nothing but flowers and love poetry for sunny days?" Luca's lips pinched into a thin line. "You will find the De Fiori know the darkness as well as the light. Come." He pulled Prince Demetrios back away from the table, towards a shadowy corner. Everyone else seemed too frozen to stop them. "Luca!" Jocko called. He moved to go over to them, but the servant dressed as Pan was in his way. "Luca, my prince, the Princess Adorata speaks wisdom. Wait for Maestro Sauro to join you. I can go fetch him right now if you wish." "No," said Luca, as Jocko finally cut around the servant dressed as Pan and reached for Luca's arm. "I will show this foreigner what we De Fiori are made of." He retreated a half step, just out of Jocko's reach, and then another step until his back was against the wall. "Until the morning," he said, and fell backwards into the wall, Prince Demetrios disappearing into it with him. There was a collective gasp from the entire hall. Jocko leapt forward, but too late to go through the wall with them. He slammed against the hard plaster and stumbled back, nearly landing in Adorata's lap. "Steady, Giacomo," she told him, catching his arm to keep him from falling. "And fear not. I will let Sauro know what has happened, if he does not know already. All will be— Amanda!" Giacomo whirled around. Down at the lower table with the other magic workers, Amanda had collapsed into the arms of Zoe the Augur, where she lay, shadows and candlelight the only thing moving around her. Chapter 14. Jocko had vaulted over the royal table, woven around a couple of slow-footed servants, and snatched Amanda out of Zoe's arms before anyone else had even grasped what had happened. Anyone else except Zoe. "She still lives," she informed Jocko as he searched her neck frantically for a pulse. "How do you know?" But even as he spoke, he found confirmation of her words in the steady beat of Amanda's pulse under his questing fingers. "Thank the stars and all the gods that guide them." He wanted to bury his face in her hair and sob with gratitude, but she was still lying limply in his arms. "Indeed," said Zoe solemnly. "Look, they are coming to help you." In a moment, under Adorata's direction, 6 servants had joined them, and they helped Jocko lift Amanda onto a litter and carry her out of the great hall under the curious stares of the assembled guests. Jocko wanted to smash the faces behind each and every one of those stares. He made himself hold Amanda's cold hand instead. By the time they had left the great hall, the hand had grown warm in his, and the fingers were starting to twitch. As they made their way down the hall, Amanda groaned, making Jocko's heart jump in his throat. But then her eyes opened. "What happened?" she asked weakly. "Jocko, why am I on a litter?" "You fainted," he told her. "Probably all the heat and close air, on top of a long journey. Nothing to worry about." "Oh." Amanda closed her eyes, making Jocko's heart jump in his throat again, but she gave his hand little squeezes every few steps, assuring him she was still alive. She reopened her eyes as they approached Adorata's suite, and even sat up in the litter as they brought her through the door. Once inside, she insisted on getting out of the litter and moving to the bed on her own. "Really, it's nothing to worry about," she told the assembled servants, plus Jocko. "Just a moment of indisposition. Princess Adorata." She sat up as Adorata came into the maid's room. "I hope you did not remove yourself from the feast merely for my sake." "Better than for my brother's," said Adorata. "He hasn't returned yet." Jocko's heart jumped in his throat a third time. He should be out there, searching for Luca, but how could he leave Amanda? "No, and it may be nothing to worry about, but I will feel better when Sauro finds him and brings him back." "Sauro already knows, then." "He does." Adorata confirmed her words with a nod. "He and I am not a shadow walker, but I have enough of the skill to communicate with him in moments of need. He knows what has happened and has gone in search of Luca." Jocko relaxed a tiny amount. With Sauro, who was so much more qualified for this kind of thing, searching for Luca, he could devote himself to looking after Amanda. "I've sent for a healer," Adorata said. "In the meantime, we must move you to my bed." "My princess, no," Amanda protested. Adorata looked around the maid's chamber. "You can't stay here, in these narrow little beds and 3 to a room. You need rest and privacy, and you won't get it here. You take my bed, and I'll share Lucrezia's. Something tells me she'll be in need of a friendly ear tonight anyway, and she certainly won't be letting her betrothed join her a night early." Amanda smiled faintly at that. Jocko almost found himself smiling with her. "Come," Adorata said briskly. "Let's get you into my bed, and I'll move my things into Lucrezia's room." Which was how Jocko found himself sitting alone with Amanda on Adorata's puffy, tasseled, richly draped bed. "You look uncomfortable," Amanda said, her eyes laughing a little even through their tiredness. "It's a very comfortable bed," said Jocko. "It's just, for a princess, it feels wrong to be here." "Yes," said Amanda. "Jocko," she said after a moment, "before the healer comes, I want to tell you something." The tone of her voice made him turn away from the rich bed hanging he was examining and give her his full attention. "Do you remember how I told you I would be leaving you soon?" Jocko's heart squeezed and seemed to stop in his chest for a moment. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, nothing came out. "Don't look like that." She smiled, a full smile. "I don't mean either of the things you're thinking. I have no intention of leaving you for some other man, and I don't believe I am dying either. But I may go away for a time." "Go?" Jocko's voice stuttered and broke as it hadn't since he had been a youth. "Go where?" She looked off into the corner, where the shadows were thick in the lamplight. "There." "What? What? No! Amanda, no! You can't mean that you are a shadow walker. You aren't. I know you aren't. And even if you were, they don't spend long in the shadows. A few hours at most." "Sometimes," said Amanda. "Sometimes longer. And I may not have been born a shadow walker, but I seem to be becoming one. Have you not noticed the changes in me, Jocko? The shadows in my eyes, the strengthening of my magic. The shadows are claiming me." "No," said Jocko stubbornly. "No, I won't let them." "Why not, my love? What do you have to fear from them? They are just shadows. They are no worse than my cards." "They're worse," Jocko said. "Amanda, you don't know. I have told you some of what I went through when I tangled with shadow walkers before, when I went into the shadows after Luca. They are a bad place, Amanda. A place not meant for living people. A place of fear." From fear comes power, my love. Did you not hear what Zoe told Sauro? There is a reason why panic is named after a god. Not all power is good. No, but not all power is bad either. Power is simply power, my love. It is what you do with it that matters. And anyway, this is not a matter of choice for me. The shadows are calling, and I must answer. Is that why you fainted? You fainted when Luca called the shadows. Was it because they were calling to you, too? Amanda nodded. I believe so, yes. My control over them is still minimal, as is their control over me, but it is strengthening rapidly. When Luca called the shadows and took Demetrios with him, they tried to take me too. But I could not answer their call, and neither could I resist it entirely, hence my indisposition. Is it... Jocko swallowed, his voice breaking again. Is it dangerous? All things are dangerous, my love. But if I learn to control it, I believe the danger will be slight. And because the healer is on her way, and I would tell you this before she does, there may be another reason for my indisposition. Another? Amanda smiled. Her mouth was amused at his outrage, but her eyes held a warmer glow. My dear, this is a cause for rejoicing. It is possible, it may be. Are you prepared to become a father? Chapter 15. For a moment, Jocko only stared at her, stunned as a pulled ox. How is that possible? He finally said. His voice was so hoarse it no longer sounded like his. My love, it is true that I am halfway through my 5th decade, but such things do happen from time to time. Yes, but... Why? Amanda smiled even more widely. Do you not consider yourself virile enough to father a child? Because, my love, you are mistaken. That's not... It's just... Why now? Why, after all this time, why now? The stars, the gods, happenstance, fate, any and all of those things together. But these things are happening to me, and I cannot stop them, even if I wanted to, which I do not, no matter how much apprehension I may feel when they overwhelm me. And I believe they are connected. I believe the hope of a child I carry within me is calling me to the shadows. Don't look so aghast, my love. This is not an evil child. This is simply a strong child. Will it hurt the child for you to go into the shadows? I do not think so. I believe it is essential for its development. That is why they are calling to me so strongly now. They tried to pull me into them when Lucas summoned them at the feast, and when that failed, they are now calling me even more strongly. I believe it very likely that by the time the night is out, they will have taken me. Jocko shuddered. I know it sounds terrifying to an outsider, my love, but to me it is not. I feel apprehension, yes, as I told you, but it feels right. It feels like what must be done, and soon. I will be by your side all the way, then. I will even go into the shadows with you, if it can be done. Amanda shook her head. I know you would go if you could, my love, but the cards and my heart both say that I must leave you. I must do this on my own, not because I want to, but because it is time for me to make my own solo journey into the shadows, and because you have another duty, one you must attend to. There's no duty more important than attending to you, especially at a time like this. Amanda smiled. Hush, my love. Don't let any of the Dei Fiori hear you say that. And that is not true. I can attend to myself well enough. But Luca needs you. Right now he needs you more than I do, just as he has so many times before. It's not fair. It's not right. It may not be fair, but it is right, my love. You know that as well as I do. He needs you, and you must go to him. It's just... Jocko sprang out of the bed. unable to say the things he suddenly needed to say while looking someone else in the face. "He's taken my entire life from me, and now he wants to take this as well." The words felt hot and shameful in his mouth. Resenting Luca seemed worse than resenting his own father. "I know, my love, but that is not what he set out to do, and none of this was ever his fault anyway. He was always just as much a victim as you. He was a child when he was drawn into all this, and it has been his whole childhood and youth. And now he is a very young man, and in need of your help again." "Sauro can do it. Sauro can do it better than I." "Sauro can walk the shadows, but Sauro cannot love Luca like a son, or rescue him from himself. Only you can do this, my love, so go do it. When you come back—" Amanda closed her eyes briefly, as if reading the cards on the inside of her lids. "I will be gone, but you must have faith, my love. You must have faith that I will come back to you. Do you promise?" "Yes." Giaco had to clear his throat twice to get the word out. "I promise. I will have faith, as long as you promise to come back to me, no matter what." Amanda smiled. At the moment, that is what the cards and stars and all other signs say will happen. She frowned, although I wish I knew what the sevens I keep drawing mean. "That you are lucky at sette e mezzo." The dimple in Amanda's cheek that only showed when she smiled her absolute widest appeared. "That we already knew. Now go, my love. Go rescue Luca from himself, so that you can do the same for your own child when the time comes." "Where should I search for him? If he is still in the shadows, he is lost to me, and if Sauro is in there searching for him, there is no one to take me to him." Amanda consulted the insides of her eyelids again. "Find Zoe. She will know." "I don't want to go. I don't want to do any of this." "I know, my love, but you will anyway. Now go." She waved him away from the bed and out of the room. The last glimpse he had of her showed her sinking back into the covers and pillows, as if they were the shadows, already coming to take her. Chapter 16. It had seemed to Giaco that he must have sat on that ornate bed and listened to Amanda's stunning news for several hours at least. But when he returned to the great hall, he realized that less than half an hour had passed. Most of the guests were still there, although the mood had changed. There was a distinct air of sobriety in the hall, despite the massive quantities of wine consumed, and the air buzzed with dozens of speculative conversations, as everyone waited with ever-growing impatience for Luca and Prince Demetrios to return. Giaco surveyed the hall, but Zoe was not in her previous place, or anywhere else that he could see. Adorato was still gone, arranging for a healer to see Amanda. The king and queen were sitting bolt upright in their seats, both with tight, angry mouths. Lucrezia and Desiderata were having a whispered conversation that involved many sharp hand gestures. "Can I help you, signore?" It was the servant dressed as Pan. His horns were askew, and there was a rent in the front of his trousers. Another guest must have wanted to discover how closely he resembled the Hellene god in real life. "Have you seen Zoe, the Hellene augur who is sitting with the Signora Amanda?" "The dark one with the funny eyes. She left shortly after you did." "Do you know where she went?" The servant shrugged. "No, but we could find out. And it'll give me a reason to get away from here before my virtue, such as it is sullied forever." "The Hellenes are really that bad?" asked Giaco. "Yes, but there's only a few of them. But our own people have decided that everything Hellene is permitted for them, too. So now no one is safe. I hope the steward has set a strong watch over the animals tonight. What these Hellenes will do to a goat will turn your stomach." He patted his horns. "They've been sharing their stories with me all evening. I'm Aurelio, by the way, and I don't normally serve at the table. I'm a journeyman artisan under Maestro Benvenuto. But they needed someone who could play the pipes, and I was the only one who could even attempt it. And I wanted to interact with real Hellenes, see if I could glean any insights into their art, which is so justly famed. So here I am. It's been enlightening, if nothing else, but I think I've interacted with real Hellenes enough. Oh, Gianna! He hailed a passing serving girl, who had slipped out of the great hall to adjust her rather rumpled costume that Jocko thought was supposed to represent Cytherea, the goddess of love and beauty. The reverence the guests had shown for their goddess was evident in her torn gown, the scratches on her neck and shoulders, and her wild-eyed look. I thought I had it bad as Pan, but whoever chose you to be Cytherea must have it in for you, Aurelio said, patting her shoulder. Why don't you run away while you can? No one's in the mood for any more feasting, now that Prince Luca and Prince Demetrios have done their vanishing act. And if the hall ever clears, the others can clean up without you. You need to get out of here before something dreadful happens to you. I think something dreadful already has happened, said Gianna, fingering the scratches on her neck. I'll have to wear high collars for a week. Anything happen worse than scratches? Asked Aurelio. Not yet. Get out of here before it does, Aurelio advised. But first, have you seen Zoe, the Hellene augur? She must have just left. The dark one with the funny eyes. Yes, I saw her slip out the hall and go that way. Gianna pointed down the corridor, in the direction of the kitchens. Thanks, Gianna. Now get out of here before anyone sees you. Aurelio shooed her off and then set off towards the kitchens, Jocko following close behind him. Chapter 17. Just before they got to the kitchens, Aurelio suddenly turned left and ducked into a dark alcove that opened up into a small, almost equally dark, room. In the light of the single candle that was flickering on the table, where were the drafts coming from? The room had no windows. Jocko could barely make out two figures. I thought so, said Aurelio with satisfaction. Everyone who knows the servants' quarters knows to come here for a quiet meeting. They say this used to be a hidden room, and it still has lingering traces of magic, from when wards were set long ago. Or maybe that's all just rumors and superstition. He trailed off, abashed, as the two figures turned to look, revealing themselves to be Zoe and Sauro. Jocko, said Sauro, what took you so long? Didn't you hear? Some mixture of indignation and apprehension wanted to come bursting violently out of Jocko's chest, but the only way he could release it was to let angry words come pouring out. Amanda collapsed in the great hall, and she says the shadows are calling her. Sauro finished for him calmly. So you know. We have discussed it on several occasions. Why did she discuss it with you and not with me? Because I am a shadow walker, while you are a reborn man. In the darkness and the flickering light, it was hard to tell what kind of a smile flitted across Sauro's face. Was it sad, sympathetic, sardonic? Jocko shivered from the sensation of something fluttering past his face. Just a draft, he told himself, and ignored the question that kept intruding of where the drafts were coming from. Amanda is safe, Sauro said. You can't know that. No. Sauro shook his head. You are right. I cannot. No one can know anything fully. But for now I believe her to be safe, even if she is slipping into the shadows. And more importantly, so does Zoe. Zoe nodded in agreement. I walked amongst the people, she said, her voice low and musical, with only a hint of a Hellene accent, its beauty at odds with her strong, unattractive face. I watched their movements. One can read much from the movements of men, even more than from the movements of pigeons. I don't see how the movements of men in the Great Hall can tell you anything about the safety of Amanda in the shadows. Jocko was aware that now he was folding his arms and glowering like a petulant child, like Luca had so annoyed him by doing only a couple of days earlier. Zoe shrugged. The motion of her thin, angular shoulders was surprisingly graceful. Some might say that everything is connected, and the movements of men in that hall where Amanda fainted are affected by the fate that made her faint. Others might say that the knowledge is within me, and the movements of men merely allow me to focus my mind and bring out its inner wisdom. In either case, when I watched their movements, I felt certainty, as much as one can ever be certain of the future, that Amanda must go on this journey, and that she will return. Changed, yes, as we all are, but fundamentally unharmed. Prince Luca, however, is in graver danger. He is the one in need of your aid and your courage, Giacomo da Prado. Of course! The words burst out of Giaco before he could stop them. Sauro raised an eyebrow. I always thought you cared for Luca like a son, and begrudged him everything he put you through, not at all. Always before, yes, but right now the burden is chafing. He's no longer a little boy, and I have my own family to care for. Perhaps by going after Luca, you will also care for your own family, if you are no longer considering him to be a member of it. Is this something you have seen? Sauro gave Zoe a questioning look. She shrugged again, then pulled the candle closer. I am less skilled at scrying in the flames, she said, but I will try. Even something as inconstant as flame can yield answers to a receptive mind. Giaco tried not to fidget or rush her as her large, lustrous, mismatched eyes gazed into the single flame. He had the impression that one eye was looking at the candle, and the other was staring deeply into him, but the eye that was looking at him so penetratingly must have been the blind one. It couldn't see anything at all, at least not of the physical world. She suddenly sighed and sat back. Flame is inconstant, she said, but it is twinned with shadow, and right now it tells me that you must go into the shadow, Giaco. For Luca, and yes, perhaps also for others, perhaps even Amanda. What will happen once you go into the shadows? The flames refuse to say. What about him? Giaco pointed at Sauro. Hasn't he already been in the shadows? Why couldn't he find Luca and Demetrios? Why would I do any better? I went after them, Sauro said. I chased them through all the shadows of both castles, but they do not want to be found. Even worse. By me, Sauro continued. They do not want to be found by me. I believe Luca is engaging in a little youthful rebellion. Giaco groaned. In that case, it's hopeless. You are the only one he's been listening to recently. He stopped paying attention to anything I said ages ago, unless it's to argue and go against me. I think when the time comes, your long bond will tell, and he will listen to you, said Sauro. He certainly is avoiding me, so you're our only hope. What will happen if we just leave him? Asked Giaco. What if we just leave him to his rebellion until he gets tired of it and comes out? The shadow under Sauro's skin, which had been lying so quietly the whole time, suddenly leaped and flared hungrily. Then the shadows will take him, Sauro said quietly, and Prince Demetrios too. Chapter 18. Take him how? That the shadows would somehow take Luca, either by taking over his mind or sucking him down into them, body and soul, had always been one of Giaco's greatest fears, but Luca and Sauro had always dismissed the possibility. But now here Sauro was, telling him that it could happen. It almost never happens, Sauro said. Only the strongest shadow walkers are susceptible to it. Most people are simply too attached to their corporeal bodies to become shadow. And that is a good thing. We are our bodies, and without them, we are very little. Body and soul are one, not two, whatever some of you reborn men might want to think. But just as your hand can reach out and touch things at a distance from the rest of your body, so can your shadow, your soul, you might say, or an aspect of it, reach out and touch things, even travel, at a distance from the rest of your body. The distance depends on the strength of the shadow walker, just as the reach of the arm depends on the height of the person. And as for the other shadows, the ones separate from us, which we can work and through which we travel, you might think of them as being like food or drink. Something separate from ourselves that we nonetheless can take in and incorporate into our own bodies. Done correctly, it is healthy, even essential for survival. But bad, poisonous food can sicken a person, or worse, as can simple overindulgence. It is the same with shadows. Shadow walkers must take in shadows, must consume them, if you will, for their power, but not all shadows are good, just as not all berries or mushrooms are good. The right ones will give you health and strength. The wrong ones will sicken you unto death. Or, like strong drink or the juice of the poppy, they will take over your mind and make you serve them rather than them serving you. Such people can linger for a long time, their minds vacant and their bodies wasting away, but once their strength fails, they, too, will die. "And you think this is what has happened to Luca?" Jocko asked. Sauro's eyes were grave. "There is always a chance, especially with the very strong ones. At first I did not think Luca was strong enough for it to be a concern. I always knew he was strong, but only the very strongest, the ones who come along once in a generation, if that, are in real danger. And I did not think that our Luca was fated to be that person. And when I began to suspect that he was already well advanced in his training, and showed too much good sense and steadiness of character for me to worry. But of late that good sense and steadiness of character has gone the way it often does in young men of his age. And so now, for the first time, I believe he is in real danger." Jocko wanted to say so many things, shout out so many recriminations, demand to know why he hadn't been warned of this, why his own warnings had in fact been dismissed, insist that Sauro go searching after Luca and bring him back. But none of that would return Luca to them, or release Jocko to go back to Amanda's side. The thought of Amanda caused a new fear to grip him. "Is that what is happening to Amanda?" he asked. "She is falling under the influence of bad shadows." "In the case of Amanda, I think we have very little to worry about," said Sauro. "She has good sense and steadiness of character in abundance." "But can she tell a good shadow from a bad shadow? How does one tell? They all seem bad to me." "All shadows bring darkness, but not all darkness is bad," said Sauro. "In darkness there is power and safety and many good things. And just as some berries or mushrooms or anything else in nature are safe, even beneficial, and others are poisonous, even malevolent, so too with shadows. But that is one reason why I want you to go after Luca, Jocko. I cannot find him, or at least, I cannot bring him back. But I can accompany Amanda on this journey and show her the good from the bad and how to stay safe." Jealousy flared in Jocko's breast to a ridiculous degree. Amanda had never shown the slightest romantic interest in Sauro or any other man. Jocko knew that she had been with many other men before him, sometimes for love, sometimes for money, but that had always made him feel more secure in her affections, not less. She had sampled what there was to sample, and had made her choice in him and no other. He had never had any sense that she had the slightest inclination to stray, and if she did, he would bet any money it wouldn't be with Sauro. But the thought of them sharing something so important, something that was sure to be intimate, hurt Jocko almost as much as the thought of them becoming lovers. For a moment he cursed the fact that he was not a shadow walker himself. When had he ever had that precious opportunity to teach the woman he loved a skill? He had never even offered to teach her sword fighting, the thing he was best at. And at everything else they shared, she was at least as good as he was. I taught her to draw. He remembered the light in her face as she watched him turn blank paper into the world around them, and the joy she had felt as she, too, had learned to do so. She had a natural eye that surprised him, although she had laughed when he told her so. I am a seer, she had told him. Of course I know how to see what is really there. Perhaps not in quite the same way as your father, but the principles are the same. Look, I've drawn a rose. Very well, Jocko said, his throat tight. Of course you must go to her then, and I will do what I can to find Luca and bring him back. But how would I even start? There is an entrance, you might call it, in Luca's bedroom. A kind of doorway into the shadow realm that even a reborn man should be able to use, with the right kind of help. I will show you the way through it while Zoe sits with Amanda during the first stage of her journey. Then I will join Amanda in the shadows, and Zoe will stand guard over the entranceway and over you. Jocko turned to Zoe. I didn't know you knew anything about shadow walking. I do not. She smiled, her blind eyes staring off in the corner as if she could see some special wisdom there, visible only to her. But my vision pierces the veil between light and shadow, so I will be able to follow along with you, I hope. I hope so too, said Jocko. He expected her to smile, maybe even laugh, at his feeble attempt at a joke, but instead she looked into the flickering candle flame, and then back at him. You are of the rebirth, yes? She said. My father is, and he made sure I was too, as much as he has control over such a thing. You reborn men are right to believe in the power of reason, but there is more to wisdom than reason. Your heart is wise, even when it is telling you something you do not wish to heed. Be attentive to your feelings, reborn man, even the bad ones, especially the bad ones. We feel pain and fear for a reason, and there is a reason why panic is named after a god. There is strength in terror, even divinity. Remember this when you go into the shadows. Jocko wanted to grumble and groan. Was he going to have to be horribly afraid again? But why not? This was a kind of battle, and no one went into battle without fear. Let's get this over with, he said. Chapter 19. The walk from the small room by the kitchens in the Castello Maggiore to Luca's old room in the Castello degli Eredi was long enough for Jocko to regret getting dragged into whatever it was he was about to be dragged into. Not that he saw a better alternative. But he wished quite strongly, especially as the third-floor rope bridge between the two castles jumped under his feet in a sudden gust of wind, that he lived some other life, one that didn't involve this kind of madness, especially now that he was in his 5th decade. Surely he was supposed to be slowing down and leaving the mad adventures of youth to younger men by now. That was what Adorata had specifically told him when she had made him Comandante of the Prado Castello garrison, and again when she had ordered him to take a month of rest. And yet here he was, creeping across a swaying rope bridge in the dark, preparing to dive down into shadows or whatever they were once again, where no doubt something very unpleasant was awaiting him. It's very windy tonight, he said, in order to stop himself from saying all that he was thinking and more. They had crossed the bucking and swaying rope bridge and been let into the Castello degli Eredi by the guard there, and were walking briskly down the hallway towards Luca's old room. Even though they were inside, Jocko could swear he could feel draughts slither around his legs and run their cold fingers down the back of his neck. The flame from their lantern flickered more than it should, shielded as it was by glass, and cast strange moving shadows against the wall, making Jocko look enormous one stride and tiny the next, and always misshapen and inhuman. It is the shadows. Sauro stopped for a moment and held up the lantern, watching its flickering movement. They are gathering, bringing wind and cold with them. They had already begun to gather around us in the room by the kitchens, and now they are following you and me to Luca's room. You make them sound like they're alive. And so they are, in a way. Perhaps not like you or I or that cat. Sauro nodded at a black cat that darted across their path and disappeared into the darkness. But they are not inert, non-living matter either. They have intent, or at least so it seems to our feeble human minds. Jocko didn't like the sound of that at all. Let's get this over with, he said again, and set off in the direction of Luca's rooms, twice as fast as before. With all the royal children grown and gone, the corridor that had once bustled with maids and guards and tutors was empty. Jocko's boot heels echoed against the stone floor and the stone walls, making it sound as if he were being accompanied by an invisible companion, hidden in the walls. Luca's old room was at the end of the corridor, in the tower at one corner of the Castello degli Eredi. Jocko didn't like the feeling of being boxed in as he stood at the end of the corridor, fiddling with the stiff lock to open the door. How many times had he opened this door before? Too many to count. Always before it had seemed safe and familiar, but tonight it felt sinister, trapping him with nowhere to run. The room, when the door finally yielded, still felt musty and cold. No maids had been able to leave the preparations for tonight's feast to come attend to their prince, or perhaps no one had cared enough to send them. Jocko gave a quick look around. Nothing other than Luca's old bed, sized for a child but with lavish bed curtains, now covered in dust. "Where is this secret entranceway?" he asked. "You know, I always thought there must be one, ever since you came and took Luca the first time. There had to be some way you were getting in and out. I know you can walk right through walls if you want to, but the walls have to go somewhere. These just go to the outside air, and a long drop to the flagstones below." "The bed," said Sauro. "Or rather, under the bed. You are right. I can go through any wall I wish, but bringing another through, especially someone unwilling or weak in shadow magic, is another matter. But there is a doorway, if you will, in the floor beneath the bed. It leads to the stairwell, and then down into the cells in the dungeon." Jocko wrinkled his nose. Trust between members of the De Fiori family had always been hard to come by, which was why the children were kept in a separate castle from the adults. Not, as most people assumed, in order to keep the children in a more defensible castle in case the Castello Maggiore were overrun by marauders, but to keep the adults safe from the plotting of the children. The Castello degli Eredi, the castle of the heirs, was fitted out with its own dungeon, complete with cells and torture chamber, to deal with rebellious younger members of the family. They had never been used in living memory, but they were still there. "I know it is unsavory," said Sauro. "Much of our history is unsavory, after all. But dark things breed strong shadows." "Malevolent shadows?" asked Jocko. "Sometimes, but that does not mean their strength cannot be harnessed for your ends." "You speak as if I can harness the power of the shadows." "You can, or rather, the shadows may want to harness your power, at which point you can use them." The look on Jocko's face made Sauro start speaking more quickly and forcefully. "I know you have neither aptitude nor training in shadow walking, but everyone walks in the shadows at least a little bit. Everyone can sense them, even as just a shiver and a chill down their spine. When you feel them reaching for you, Giacomo, don't run away as an ordinary man would. Turn and face them. Let them take you." "I don't see how that will help me get to Luca." "Because, Giacomo, when you let them take you, think of Luca. Think of Luca with every fiber of your being, and they may take you straight to him." "And if they don't?" Then pray to the stars and cards and any and every god you believe in that they take you somewhere safe. That doesn't sound like a very good plan at all. No, but it's the only plan we have, and it is no worse than any other battle plan. Do they all not ultimately come down to hit them as hard as you can and hope for the best? Not according to our commanders, said Jocko. But that is what it comes down to, often as not. Fine, I'll do it and hope for the best. But you must promise me that if I don't come back, you will watch over Amanda, and make sure that Adorata does as well. I am sure that Adorata will do everything she can to make Amanda's life as comfortable as possible, and I will watch over her in the shadows. Now look here. Sauro pulled back the skirt of the ornate curtaining around the bottom of the bed. 2 dusty trunks and some old toys that Jocko remembered from Luca's boyhood were revealed. Crawl in there, Sauro told him, indicating the space between the trunks, just big enough for a man to fit in. No, feet first. You don't want to land on your head. And give me your sword. You won't be able to fit it in there. Jocko, with considerable reluctance and a certain sense of ridiculousness, handed over his sword and then got down on his belly and wriggled in between the trunks, raising clouds of dust that made him sneeze so hard he hit his head on the bottom of the bed. It certainly didn't feel like he was over a magical doorway. It felt like he was lying on his belly in the dust under a bed, with trunks hemming him in on either side. My sword, if you please, he said. At least having the hilt of a familiar weapon in his hand would make him feel a little better about all this. Swords will be of no use to you where you're going, said Sauro. It will just get in your way. But you said that cold steel can be better than magic. Not better enough. Think hard of Luca, Giacomo da Prado, and pray. The floor dropped out from under Jocko, sending him falling into darkness. Chapter 20. The fall only lasted a few heartbeats, but as they were happening, they seemed like the longest heartbeats of Jocko's life. He was falling through darkness, and yet also somehow encased in something hard and stony, even as shadows caressed him as they rushed past. He hit the hard ground with a thud that rattled his back teeth and reminded him that he was no longer a stripling, but a man of too much solidity and sense to be rushing off on adventures and falling through shadows. Groaning, he pushed himself to his hands and knees, savoring the feel of the cold stone underneath him. Some fumbling around told him that he was at the bottom of a spiral staircase, probably the one that ran up through the corner tower where Luca's room was located. Some more fumbling revealed a locked door leading downwards, and no torch or lantern. Jocko groaned again. Why couldn't Sauro have sent him all the way into the dungeons? Why couldn't he have sent him with a lantern? Probably there was some reason to do with how the shadows worked, but right now Jocko had little patience for that kind of thing. If only the world cared a jot about one man's lack of patience. Think, he commanded himself. Either something has gone wrong, or Sauro knew this would happen, and believed you could get through the door. It's more useful to assume the second for now. If you try and fail, you can always start climbing up those stairs. Jocko felt all over the door, but it was solidly locked, with no sign of a key. Just in case, Jocko tried all the keys on his belt, but none of them came even close to working. Well, you had to try. You would feel stupid if it turned out to open to the same key as Luca's room. But it doesn't. So now what? Jocko leaned back against the locked door and went through his options. He could just start climbing back up those stairs. And then what? He would be no better off than before, and would have just wasted a lot of time and energy on climbing up the stairs. He could try to pick the lock, but that was not a skill he had ever learned, and the tip of his belt knife seemed even less of a useful tool than the non-working keys. Breaking through the door with brute force was such a laughable idea it wasn't even worth mentioning. I guess it's time to try what Sauro told me to. See if I can let the shadows take me. Jocko closed his eyes, which made the pitch-dark surroundings slightly brighter. Good luck finding any shadows here. Shadows need light. Shadows need... Funny how I've never thought of it that way before. Shadows can only exist in the presence of light. Wherever there is light, there will be shadows, and to find the shadows, I must go to the light. Only where's the light here? If I could find that, I would be like Zoe, the seer with her blind eye, who can pierce the veil between light and shadows. A cold draft stirred against Jocko's leg. Where was a draft coming from, here at the bottom of a stairwell? Jocko put down his hands to catch it, and felt how it was blowing in from under the dungeon door. How was a draft coming out of a dungeon? Because the shadows are sending it. They're calling for you, just as they're calling for Amanda. If she can find the courage to answer the call, so can I. But how? Jocko sat there, until his legs started to quiver from the chill of the draft blowing over them. He asked the shadows to take him, and begged them, and commanded them, and prayed to them. When he was done, he was still sitting on the cold floor, his back against a locked door. Maybe I have to make my own shadows. But how? Shadows need light, and I have none. Maybe I'm doing this all wrong. I should just start up the stairs and admit that I failed. And then what? What will I tell Amanda when she comes back to me? If she comes back to me. If I fail at this, I may never be able to confess my failure to her, because she will be lost in the shadows forever. She will be like Proserpina, goddess of the underworld, but in a perpetual winter with no chance of spring. Jocko remembered his last visit to his father. He had been bent over sketches, muttering something about light and shadows and lines. Proserpina must always be half in shadow, my boy, he'd said, and half in light. What do you think? Is the likeness good? Is this your pale princess? And Jocko had told him that yes, of course, the likeness was very good. The sketches his father had made were the spitting image of Lucrezia, but a Lucrezia with sorrow and wisdom in her face, a Lucrezia who had already gone into the underworld and come back a goddess, not a maiden. A Lucrezia better than the real Lucrezia was ever likely to be. How, Jocko had wanted to know, had a reborn man caught the likeness of a goddess, a symbol of magic and superstition, and all those things the rebirth was supposed to eschew? The rebirth has no meaning without something to be born from, his father had told him, clapping his shoulder. Reason has no meaning without superstition. Harmony has no meaning without disharmony. Knowledge has no meaning without ignorance. So what do you think? Will those royals and nobles like my Proserpina? I don't think they will be able to understand her, Jocko had told him truthfully, which had made his father grin and say he damn well hoped not. Jocko and Amanda had laughed about it afterwards, and Jocko had felt his heart grow warm and light and bright at the sight of Amanda laughing in the candlelight, until he had said he would do one better than his father and sketch her as the light and shadow flickered across her face, looking like a true goddess of flowers and winter, of life and death. How do you draw light, Jocko? She had asked, her eyes so dark and interested and alive. And he had shown her, and those beautiful eyes had grown wide with pleasure and excitement, and was that when this hope of a child she spoke of had been conceived? Jocko's breast grew warm and light again at the memory and the hope it engendered. He could almost see those flickering flames, lighting the face he loved most in the world, maybe even more than Luca's, but no. He loved them both in different ways, and he could see both of them coming to life on his paper, one side of their faces in light, the other in shadow. The draft from under the door made Jocko shudder and jerk. When his back hit the door, it kept going, falling through and drawing the rest of his body with it. Chapter 21. The space Jocko fell into was just as dark as the stairwell. When he touched the door he had come through, It was firm and solid and locked from the outside. Overall, my position does not seem to have improved. I'm no closer to finding Luca, and now I'm locked inside a dungeon. I can't even run away. This can't be what Sauro had in mind. Unless it is. Maybe I have to be trapped with the shadows in order to let them take me all the way. Where that all the way was, he didn't know, and didn't want to think about too much. This was already seeming more and more like a fool's errand, if not a disaster. Luca and Demetrios were the stars alone knew where, and Amanda was upstairs slipping away, while Jocko was now trapped underground. But the shadows took me through the door, didn't they? Some might take that as an encouraging sign. If only I wanted them to take me. But I do. I have to, for Luca and Amanda's sakes. Jocko tried opening and closing his eyes several times, hoping for enlightenment or just simple illumination, but neither visited him. When he closed his eyes, all he saw was flashing light that showed nothing of use, and when he opened them, all he saw was darkness. He felt around the door some more. It remained stubbornly door-like, revealing nothing other than it was locked. The walls were equally uninformative. I have to move away from the door. There might even be a lantern or a torch, and some flint and tinder, if I can find it. This is a dungeon, which means it was guarded by guards. I know how guards think. I know they would have light and warmth and weapons close at hand. There's a chance some of it is still here. I just have to find it, but I can do that, because I know how guards think. That was a sensible thought, which was immediately followed by thoughts of middens, oubliettes, and gaping cavernous holes that dropped down into nothing. Any or all of those things could be lurking just a step or two from where Jocko was standing, waiting to swallow him up and take him away forever. No, he told himself sternly. This is the main entrance to the dungeon. Guards wouldn't do something like that. It's too inconvenient and dangerous for them. Any terrifying holes into the earth would be locked away to keep some hapless guard from falling down them while stumbling around in a drunken stupor. The people who built this place were not good people, but the guards who worked here would have taken care of their own safety. I have to trust in that. They were like me and my men, and would have thought and acted the same way. Even after those sensible words, the first step that Jocko took was a shuffle half the length of his foot, and a hot chill, as if he had been dashed with hot and cold water at the same time, went over his whole body as he almost tripped and fell from the awkward movement. You'll never get anywhere like this. Get down and crawl. No one can see you, so just get down and crawl. It took several rounds of self-persuasion to make him get down and crawl. Against all evidence, part of him was convinced that something was watching him, and debasing himself in front of the unknown observer was harder than he thought it would be. And then, once he was down on his hands and knees, images of the ground giving away beneath his arms, of enemies swooping down on him from above or grabbing him from behind, of all kinds of even less likely catastrophes, assailed him. Just one step, and then another, he told himself. You haven't been in this dungeon before, but you've been in others. They're all the same. There's always a guard room by the front entrance, and then a door leading back to the actual cells and whatever other terrible things they have back there. But the important thing is that the guard room is the first thing you'll come to, and everything else will be locked away behind more doors. A few crawling paces forward proved the truth of Jocko's words. He came up against a locked door, and, after casting about to the right and left, chairs and a table. A cautious feel on the surface of the table revealed a thick layer of dust, under which he found a deck of playing cards, a small knife, and, oh wonder of wonders, a lantern. A little more fumbling revealed a tinderbox that, when opened, still had a fire striker, flint, and shavings. They must have left here thinking they were going to come back, and then they didn't, not even to get a lantern and tinderbox. Why? That was a disturbing thought that almost stopped Jocko from lighting the lantern, but after a long frozen moment, He decided he'd rather face whatever it was that had driven everyone away with fire in his hand, rather than in total darkness. The tinder caught on Jocko's first strike, and in a moment he had the lantern lit. The oil in it was thick and sludgy, but it still burned. Even better, its uneven light revealed a torch. Jocko took that, as well as the knife, which still held an impressive edge, and went to explore. His explorations lasted no longer than it took to walk the 6 paces across the space he was currently in. As he had guessed in the dark, he had come into a guard room, with another door leading off somewhere unknown. Both that door and the one he had come in through were locked, and he saw no sign of a key, or any other way out of the guard room. This isn't very helpful. I have light now, yes, but I'm still trapped. I'm not doing Luca or Amanda any good down here. And why did they leave so suddenly and never come back? They walked off halfway through a card game and never returned to finish their hand or collect their winnings. Compelled, he hoped, by the spirit of Amanda, Jocko walked over to the table and examined the cards. 2 guards had been playing sette e mezzo. One player had a 3 and a 6. The other had a king and queen of coins, a royal 7 and a half, the winning hand. A stack of coins from the era of Jocko's grandfather was in a tumble by the winning hand, as if the player had been pulling the stake towards him and been interrupted. What guard would walk away from a win at cards? Jocko said out loud. He picked up the winning hand and held it up to the light. Nothing special about it, other than age. Jocko tucked the cards into his belt. Perhaps Amanda would find such old cards an interesting curiosity. What happened here? Don't you know, Jocko? Luca! Jocko whirled around, sure that Luca was right behind him, but the low light from the sludgy oil illuminated nothing but darkness. Chapter 22. Luca! He called. Luca, show yourself. Come out of the shadows, Luca, and bring Prince Demetrios with you. Everyone's very worried about you, Luca. About you both. We all want you back, Luca. No, you don't, said Luca's voice. Jocko tried to make out which pool of darkness it was coming from, but his lantern was burning too low to pick out any individual shadow. We do, Luca, we do. My parents never wanted me, Luca said. The Dei Fiori always feared their children more than they loved them. And soon you'll have a child of your own, the shadows told me, and you'll leave me for him. No, I won't, Luca. You know that. It will be like having a little brother. Jocko tried to smile and inject some levity into the conversation. You've always been the baby of the family, Luca, so you don't know what it's like to have a younger sibling. Well, neither do I, but I've seen enough to know that the older siblings always get angry and jealous when a younger one comes along. But that's natural. You'll get over it, I swear it, Luca, and you'll be happy, and Amanda and I will always have a place for you in our hearts. It will be just the same as before, only better. I don't want the same as before. I don't want... Do you know what they did here, Jocko? Bad things, Jocko said. I know. I don't know what particular bad thing happened here this last day that drove off the guards before they could even collect their winnings, but I know that only bad things happened down in these dungeons. The Dei Fiori imprisoned their children, tortured them, killed them. I know that. But it's over now, Luca. This place has been locked away for decades, and it will stay locked away for decades more. No one is going to put you down here, Luca, or anyone else. Let's just get out of here, Luca, and leave it locked away. I can't. Luca's face flashed into view in the low light of the lantern, and then disappeared back into the shadows. Some things can't be locked away once they've been unlocked. Some things can't be unknown once they've been known. I know, Luca, you won't forget this place, but you can and you will walk away from it, never to return. Luca laughed. This is a place of power, Jocko. I'll have to come back. The shadows here are the strongest in both castles, and in all of Fiori. Dark deeds breed strong shadows, Giaco. Dangerous shadows? Giaco asked. Yes, bad, dangerous, poisonous, but powerful. Sometimes you need poison, Giaco. Sometimes you can harness it to your own ends. Sometimes nothing else will do. Why do you need poison, Luca? You mean you don't know? No one bothered to tell you? Or were you in on it too, and didn't bother to tell me? Just tell me what it is, Luca, and I'll tell you what I know. Giaco heard the exasperation creeping into his voice, the same tone he would use when Luca was a child and would argue and rebel for no reason other than to try his own strength. Luca must have heard the same tone, for his next words were almost rueful. I should have known you wouldn't go behind my back like that, Giaco. I was just so angry when Demetrios told me. They're planning to marry me off, too. To some princess I've never even met. It was part of the agreement for Lucrezia's marriage. The Hellenes would get 2 for the price of 1, and my family would get rid of their youngest 2 children, the unnecessary, unwanted ones. I was supposed to be bundled off with Lucrezia when she left for Hellas with Demetrios. And once I was there, I'd be married to some girl I'd never met. I'd be lucky if she didn't have goat legs, or worse. That's unfortunate, said Giaco. But you know now, and if you don't want to go, you don't have to. You could return to Prado. I'm sure Adorata wouldn't force you into a marriage against your will. And when the king and queen order her to surrender me... They wouldn't. They would. They might even use it as an excuse to remove Adorata from her post, or worse. They would be fools to do so. Adorata is the best ruler Prado has seen in generations, and she's a De Fiori, ruling the city directly in their name. I know, but she keeps her own counsel and follows her own mind. They'd rather have someone more biddable. They want to get rid of all of us, Giaco. Lucrezia and I will be shipped off to Hellas, and Adorata, she'll be lucky if an arranged marriage in a far-off land is all that awaits her. For her, I think they'd reopen these dungeons. And maybe for me, too. You asked what happened here to make them close this place up. What do you think it was, Giaco? An attack? Guessed Giaco. A raid from the Del Sole family? Luca snorted. Think with a little more subtlety, Giaco. No danger from the outside would cause them to shut these dungeons down. No, it was something from the inside. Magic, Giaco said slowly. A shadow walker. Luca laughed. Right at last, Giaco. I am not the first shadow walker in my family. Sauro hinted at such things to me, and the shadows have confirmed it. Did you know they can take you through time as well as space? I have seen the past, and it was even worse than I imagined. I saw what they did to the last shadow walker of my line, Giaco. Some things can't be unseen. I know, said Giaco, and I'm sorry. But that doesn't mean we can't just leave now and go home. The past is the past, and we can't change it, but we can change the future. Can we? Said Luca. I don't know about that. I think the past casts long shadows, which are still reaching out and controlling us, even as we believe we're controlling them. So no, Giaco, I'm not going to come back with you. I'm going to bring you to me. That's good, began Giaco. Before he could finish speaking, shadows rushed at him from all directions and engulfed him. Chapter 23. The shadows must have taken Giaco for only a few breaths' time, but those few breaths were agonizingly long, even worse than the other times he had traveled through the shadows. Before, it had always been no more than a heartbeat or two, and then he was on the other side and it was over. Those previous journeys had been so terrible but so fast that they had had something of the unreal about them, like the memory of falling in a nightmare. But this time it went on and on, at least in his mind. He was fully awake and conscious, but unable to see or move or speak. Worst of all, though, was the sensation of wrongness, of something bad happening to him. Not knowing exactly what that bad thing was made it even worse. Was it just a little bit bad, or worse than anything that had ever happened to him before, the kind of bad that he would never recover from? Was he going to be stuck here forever, or what would seem like forever? Or was he being dragged to something even worse, something that was so dreadful he couldn't even imagine it? Jocko had time to think all those thoughts and more as he struggled without moving in the all-encompassing darkness. Some dreadful eternity of time after he had told himself that he couldn't bear it any longer, and discovered that it didn't matter how unbearable he found what was happening to him, because he couldn't escape it, he fell forward onto his hands and knees onto a hard floor. The impact was a shock. The cold, rough stone scraped his palms, and thick dust flew up into his nose and mouth, making him cough and choke. It was the most welcome pain he had ever experienced. Some fumbling around revealed that he still had the tinderbox and knife he'd picked up in the guardroom, but the lantern was gone. Jocko cursed heartily at the discovery. The sound of his voice and the crude, angry words were comforting. "You've just been through this. You're in the dark in a dungeon. Feel around until you get your bearings, and then figure out what to do. And you're better off than you were before, because you have the tinderbox. If you have to, you can use it to make a torch out of your spare knife and your shirt." The desire for light was so strong that Jocko almost put that plan into action on the spot, but he counseled himself to feel around a little first. No point in ruining his shirt and incapacitating his knife if there was a torch lying right underfoot. Lengthy fumbling, though, stirred up nothing but dust. As far as he could tell, he was in another room, with the door locked from the outside. "Luca!" he shouted. "Luca, how does this help any of us? Let me out of here, and we can all go home. Luca, I'm tired and hungry and thirsty, and my palms are skinned, and Amanda is unwell and needs me. Let's get out of this dark dungeon and go home. I'll help you get out of this marriage Demetrios has told you about. Did it ever occur to you that he might be lying? And even if he isn't, we can get you out of it. If worse comes to worst, Luca, I'll help you sneak away and go become a brigand on the Fiore Sole high road. It's not the best life, but if you're determined not to do what your family wants, it's probably your best bet. And I'll help you do it, Luca, I swear." "You would do that?" "Luca!" Jocko found himself sagging against the locked door with relief. "You can hear me. Get me out of here, Luca, so that I can go to Amanda. How many times has she stood by us, helped us when we wanted or needed her? Well, now it's our turn to do the same for her. Sauro says—" Jocko swallowed. "Sauro says the shadows are taking her. They're calling her, and she has to answer that call. She's slipping away from us, Luca. And maybe there's not much I can do about it, but I can be by her side and hold her hand the whole way. I have to, Luca, do you understand? I have to do this for her, but instead I'm down here chasing after you." Jocko waited for a moment, but the only answer he got was silence. "Very well, be that way. Run away. In fact, why don't you do just that? You're a shadow walker, Luca. No one can hold you anywhere you don't want to stay. So why do you fear this marriage so much? Go to Hellas with Lucrezia, if the match is still on, which after Demetrios' ungallant behavior it may very well not be. Meet this girl you say they've betrothed you to, and then decide. If it doesn't suit you, just slip into the shadows and disappear. No one will be able to stop you." "No?" Luca's voice sounded hollow and very far away, as if he were shouting down at Jocko from inside a deep well or the top of a high tower. "I think you need to know what happened to the last shadow walker in my family, Jocko. We can't always just slip away." The door Jocko was leaning on jolted against his back. When he stood up and tried it, it swung open. On the other side was a hallway, full of voices and light. Chapter 24. At first Jocko could see nothing in the corridor other than the blinding light. Only after standing there and blinking foolishly for half a dozen breaths could he make out that he was looking into the hallway of a dungeon, lit by occasional torches. It had only seemed bright to his dark, befuddled eyes. In fact, it was more shadow than light. The voices were coming from the room at the end of the corridor, and semi-human shadows stretched out monstrously from the barred window in its door. Jocko knew that that was how shadows looked, and that the people casting them were no doubt perfectly normal, but his scalp prickled at the sight. The light that had seemed so welcome a moment ago was taking on an air of menace, revealing Jocko's location to others while casting shadows dark enough for his enemies to hide in. No shadow without light, he thought. But what was he going to do? Hide away in this dark cell forever? He stepped out into the corridor. He staggered and instinctively ducked away, putting his back to the wall and pulling his knife to defend himself. But from what? Where had the blow come from? There was no one else in the corridor. Jocko stood there until his arms started to ache from holding his knife in front of him. Still no sign of any enemy. Keeping his knife unsheathed, he began walking slowly down the corridor. His pace was slow from caution, but after a few steps he realized his feet were dragging more than necessary. When he tried to move them faster, they seemed strangely stuck to the floor, as if he were wading through thick mud. "There's no mud here, only shadows." That thought made a spike of pain shoot through his heart, and cold sweat burst out under his arms and ran down his sides. What is happening to me? His heart was hammering and fluttering and jumping in his chest, and he couldn't seem to draw enough air into his lungs. The pools of light under the torches hurt his eyes, causing strange flashing to fill his vision whenever he looked away from them. The ground rocked under him like a boat, and everything seemed to shimmer with a threatening aura, as if the very walls were emitting some poisonous substance that hovered just on the edge of sight. Is it my heart, my brain, some vital organ suddenly shutting down or bursting? Unwanted images from the dissections his father had forced him to attend rose up in his memory, showing him what his organs looked like and how easily they could be destroyed. People often felt this terrible fear before a fit or attack. Was that what was happening to him? Was he about to keel over on the floor here in this terrible dungeon, struck down by some unseen force or his own body, while still in the middle of his life? How long would he lie there, trapped and terrified, until his consciousness and then his life slipped away, leaving him lost here forever? Amanda and Adorata would search for him, if they could. Perhaps Amanda was slipping away herself even now, and they would both die, together but alone, unable to comfort each other in their final moments. If you're dying, standing around here wool-gathering isn't going to do you any good. Get going, get help. Jocko took another step. His feet still seemed strangely stuck to the floor, but he was alive. Another step. Still alive. Another step. Still alive, still standing. The door was only a few more paces away. If he could get there and get the attention of the people on the other side of it, he could get help, or at least company. Being alone was the worst part. Any company would be better than none. Hold her! Hold her! Don't let her... Shit! Hold her, you son of a whore! Don't let her slip into the shadows! The voice on the other side of the door sounded almost as frightened as Jocko felt. Death was on the other side of that door. Jocko could sense its looming presence, and that man, a guard like him, didn't even have the poor shield of a door between him and it. You have to go help him. But Jocko had frozen in place. Just pick up one foot and put it in front of the other. It's so easy. But another voice was saying, Don't do it, Jocko! Don't do it! Don't go there! Run away and never come back! His teeth were chattering, and there wasn't enough air in the corridor. Were they all buried alive? Was a fire raging somewhere in the dungeon, sucking up all their precious air before it burned them to ash? The flickering on the edge of his vision could be any or all of those terrible things. Dragging slowly through the invisible mud that now felt as if it had risen to his knees and was eating through the tendons there, one of Jocko's feet lifted on its own. The other followed it, stiff-legged, holding onto the wall with his left hand, Giaco somehow made those last few steps to the door at the end of the corridor. And he was still alive. The knowledge made the terror ease for a moment. Then it came flaring back when he thought, no, felt, that maybe death was waiting for him on the other side of that door. Maybe this was the last step he would ever take. Maybe, as his hand reached out and grasped the door handle, this was the last door he would ever open. Maybe, as the door slowly swung open, this was the last breath he would ever take. For now he was still alive, but at any moment. The door swung all the way open. 2 guards were cursing and struggling with a young woman, trying to force her into an iron cage. She looked up as Giaco stepped into the room. "Adorata!" he cried. Chapter 25. Giaco's cry made the young woman with Adorata's face turn and stare at him. A peculiar expression that mingled joy, terror, satisfaction, and despair crossed her face, and she stood stock still, her eyes only on him, letting the 2 guards push her into the iron cage and slam the door shut. "What are you doing?" Giaco shouted. All of a sudden he could breathe again. "Let her out of there!" "They can't hear you." The woman had stopped struggling and was standing in the middle of the cage, looking at Giaco with equal parts interest and resignation. "I see you made it through my wards. I had hoped to dissuade you, but once again the flames told true. You came for me anyway." On second glance, Giaco could see that she was not Adorata, but she was like enough to her to be her sister. The same dark hair and thick waves, the same oval face that graced so many portraits of the De Fiori family. The same dark, intelligent eyes that had rested on Giaco so often. There was something that smacked of Amanda in her, too, some of that same luminous warmth. But her face had a wildness that Giaco had never seen in either Adorata or Amanda, and when her head turned, he could see the shadow under her skin that moved almost, but not quite, with her. "Why can you hear me?" Giaco asked. His voice sounded so calm. His voice felt so calm. The terrible thing that had had him in its grip in the corridor had loosened its claws. Or maybe now that he was standing face to face with death, in the form of this young woman, rather than sensing its presence through a doorway, his fear of it had been overwhelmed by its presence. "Who are you?" "I am Fortunata de' Fiori." The woman laughed. "My parents wished me all the good fortune in the world when I was born, and now they will burn me for treason and witchcraft." Giaco swallowed hard. Fortunata de' Fiori had indeed been burned at the stake for treason and witchcraft, 100 years before what Giaco thought of as now. She had been charged with using dark magic to usurp the position of her younger brother, the heir to the De Fiori rule. It had been the earliest days of the rebirth, and her case had been the start of the long, slow ban on magic, which was only now beginning to be overturned. "I see by your face that you know my story," she said, "or think you do. You think me an evil witch and a usurper, do you not? For that is what everyone will say of me." "Yes, it is." She nodded. The guards had finished securing all 3 locks on the door to the iron cage, and one had taken up a defensive position in front of it, his sword drawn, while the other went out the room. He brushed by Giaco so close that Giaco could smell the oil in his hair and the wine from his last meal, but he gave Giaco not so much as a glance. "Are you a witch?" Giaco asked Fortunata. She shrugged. "What does it mean to be a witch? I practice magic, yes. I can scry through the flames, farther into the future than any other fortune-teller in Fiori. And I am a shadow walker. And yes, I sought to take my brother's position. He is weak-headed and weak-willed, incapable of anything other than chasing after wine and whores. Under his rule, Fiori will be beggared in a matter of years." She laughed again. "And I see by your face that I saw true." Giaco gave a tiny nod. After Fortunata dei Fiori had been burned at the stake, the fortunes of the dei Fiori family had seen a precipitous decline under the rule of Benevolente dei Fiori, her younger brother, who had indeed spent the city's fortune on wine and women, and had lost most of its territory to the Del Sole kingdom in bad trade deals and worse wars. Giaco's father had always insisted that Benevolente's rule had ultimately been to the benefit of the dei Fiori kingdom, since it was under his lax grip that the rebirth had gained ascendancy, and its guilds of artisans and artificers had become major players. But Giaco doubted that Fortunata would see it that way. And maybe she would have been a better ruler than Benevolente. Maybe she would have presided over the growth of art and knowledge that so distinguished the dei Fiori kingdom, without losing most of its territory to its rivals and suppressing the knowledge of the dark arts as well as the light. Giaco looked into Fortunata's wild eyes and the shadows shifting behind them. Maybe, or maybe not. Either way, he couldn't stand by and let her be burned to death, not when she wore the face of Adorata and Amanda, and maybe a little bit of Luca, too. "How can I get you out of there?" he asked. "You cannot just take the keys and open the locks," she told him. "You are a shadow here, and can have no effect on the physical world." "I can't just leave you." "Then don't. Come here." Fortunata held out her hand through the bars of the cage, causing the guard standing watch over her to jump back in alarm. She smiled a feral smile at him. Giaco felt sorry for him. When he had come into this room, he had thought he would be helping the guards, not their enemy, and the guards were just doing their job. It was just that their job was currently to prepare a young woman to be burned to death. Giaco wondered what he would have done had he been ordered by the king to drag Adorata off to be burned at the stake. What if he truly believed that she practiced black magic and was trying to overthrow Desiderato or harm Luca? Would he have locked her into a cage too, and then carried the torch that lit the pyre that would kill her? Or would he have rebelled against his sovereign lord's command and become a traitor and an outcast in turn? Neither option was palatable. But right now he was choosing to help Fortunata over his own brothers-in-arms, which argued that that was the choice he always would have made. "Come here," she repeated, motioning to him with her hands. The guard sidled another pace away, gripping his sword even harder. Giaco started walking in her direction. His feet no longer felt stuck to the floor, and his knees flexed and straightened with all their old accustomed strength. Only the air around him still seemed to shimmer, but it was so faint he could ignore it. The release from the horror that had overrun him in the corridor was as sweet as air rushing into his lungs after too long under water. He stopped when he was within reach of Fortunata. "Now what?" he asked. "Take my hand," she told him. Chapter 26. One instant Giaco was standing outside the cage, and the next he was inside it. "Good," said Fortunata. "You have walked the shadows before. I could sense it on you, even out in the corridor, and I knew it would make my task easier. Of course, at the moment you are just a shadow yourself." "How am I helping you?" Giaco demanded. "Now I'm locked inside the cage with you." This close to her, he could see the shadow moving under her skin with disturbing clarity. It was so much darker than Luca's, even darker than Sauro's, and much more restless. "You cannot free my body," Fortunata told him. "You do not have the power, and even if you did, this cage is made to withstand the movement of shadows, and the guards are armed with wards that weaken me. How else do you think they were able to capture me? At my full powers, no strength of arms or magic could hold me. But I have been badly weakened. I was able to draw you in with me only because I am the strongest shadow walker of my generation, and you have already taken your first step into our shadowy realm. But even you and I together cannot break my body out of this cage. I may be the strongest shadow walker of my generation, but the three next strongest have all joined forces against me, and they are strong enough to cage me." "They are fools to join forces against you," said Jocko. "Once they start burning witches on the piazza, the ones who've caged you will be next." "Is this something you remember from your histories?" "It is. You were the first, but far from the last. And those who turned you in were the next to be turned in themselves. So it goes." Fortunata smiled a bitter smile. "Indeed, but money and power and fear are all strong lures. Wiser people than my captors have fallen into their snares before. They tell themselves that they will be safe because they are men and I am a woman and therefore vulnerable and evil. And they are right, for now. But the flames tell me what your histories tell you. They will find that my fate becomes theirs all too soon. Perhaps I should not have told them that when they came for me and dragged me away. But I hold that truth is better than lies. Let them make their choice with their eyes wide open. So they will burn me, and they will be burned in turn. Although it is true that I will be the last of the Dei Fiori to be so treated. After what will happen to me, no one will dare set foot in these dungeons again." She smiled a sly smile. "My wards may have something to do with that. No one has ever breached them, except you. Fate, I suppose, or someone's good fortune." "How can you be so calm about it?" "Calm?" Fortunata turned to look away from Jocko, into the far corner of the room. "I am not calm. My reason is resigned to what will happen to me, yes. I saw it in the flames, not once, but many times. It seems fitting, does it not, that I should see my own death by fire in the flames I use for scrying?" "Just because you see it doesn't mean it has to come true," Jocko told her. "My wife is a fortune-teller, a card reader, the strongest of her generation. She is always warning those who come to her not to read the cards too literally or believe too strongly in what they think they are telling them." "And yet she trusts the cards herself, does she not?" "Well, yes." "So it is with my flames. I, too, know the dangers of believing the first thing you see of the future. But I fear that this is inevitable. Your face, when you heard my name, confirmed what I had already long known, but not wanted to believe. I cannot get out of this, no matter how much I might wish to." "You can still fight." "Yes." Fortunata turned back to face him. "I can, in my own way. My body is trapped here and will be fed to the flames. Most of me will go with it. But my shadow can escape. My shadow can escape and live on, longer than it ever would if it remained with my body. With your help." "What do I have to do?" asked Jocko. She grimaced. "You will not enjoy this." "I haven't enjoyed any of this. This isn't a pleasure jaunt for me. I'm doing this because the two people I care about most in the world need me to save them, and this might do so." "Yes," she nodded. "This I have seen too, although only in glimpses, too fractured to guess the truth. A prince of my family, yes? The next shadow walker of my line." "Yes, he has gone into the shadows and refuses to come out. I think he has seen you, or what happens to you, and is angry." "Good. He should be. I am angry too. Let my rage feed his. Let the flames that will burn me come back to burn those who set them." "That sounds dangerous," said Jocko. "Flame is always dangerous. Even little children know this. But it is also cleansing. So let my flame be a cleansing fire, one that brings light to the dark places of our city. Let it bring a new rebirth, a new enlightenment, one that embraces the shadows it casts, instead of denying them and letting them overtake it and twist it to their own ends." "Very well," said Jocko. "But how do I know that's what will happen? How do I know your shadow won't wreak havoc and evil instead of good?" "Because," she told him, "you will be carrying it inside of you. You will be the one to ensure that it works for good rather than ill. You will be the one to shape and nurture it until it is time for it to be passed on to its next bearer, and you will be the one to choose that bearer. Your good heart will be the one that makes my shadow good. Your good deed will be the one that balances out the evil that all these other guardsmen are doing. Their cowardice in the face of fear will cast a long shadow over our city, but your courage will cast an even longer one, if you can find the heart to do what must be done." "What must be done?" asked Jocko. "You must take my shadow, just as I told you, and with it my fear. You will carry away all my fear and anger and everything else I feel at the thought of being burnt at the stake by my own people, and you will bear it away safely, back to your own people, your own time. And what remains of me will slip away into insensibility, and feel neither pain nor fear when the flames come for me. But you," her voice caught, "you will learn that I am neither calm nor brave." "I think you are brave," said Jocko. "There's no courage without fear, and I will do this thing, even though I am afraid of it." "Good," she smiled. "No courage without fear, just as there is no shadow without light. What is your name, by the way, guardsman?" "Giacomo da Prado. My father is a great artist of the rebirth. He would be horrified by this, or maybe he wouldn't. Artists walk closer to the shadows than they like to think." "Indeed, and it is fitting. Let my shadow be reborn in a reborn man. And now—" She shook her head and shoulders, like a fighter preparing for a bout. "Let us do this terrible thing before we both lose our nerve. Take my hands." Jocko took her outstretched hands. They felt strong and warm, but also soft and gentle, like those of any other high-born young lady. "Hey!" The guard standing watch over the cage took a reluctant half-step closer. "Hey, what are you doing, witch? What are you doing?" Fortunata winked at him. "Witchcraft," she said. "Stop it! Stop it right now!" "Open the cage and stop me," she invited him. You're trying to trick me! Sandro! Paolo!" The guard backed up to the door and shouted through it, one frightened eye on Fortunata and the other searching frantically for signs of help through a locked door. "Sandro! Paolo! Put down your cards, you sons of whores, and come help me! She's doing something! The witch is doing something!" Muffled swearing came through the door, along with a cry of, "Royal 7.5! Don't you forget, Paolo! I had a Royal 7.5! Footsteps came pounding down the corridor, followed by 2 more guards bursting into the cell. "She's just holding out her hands," said one of the guards. "You're seeing things, Luigi." "Don't you see?" cried Luigi. "There's something there, something like a shadow." "Indeed there is," said Fortunata. "A Royal 7.5, Sandro. You lucky bastard." She gave him a wink too, and a dazzling smile, so bright it almost hid the shadow and the wildness in her eyes. "The king and queen of coins, is it not? An inauspicious hand, some might say. Coins come and go so easily. But 7 is my lucky number. I was born in the 7th hour of the 7th day of the 7th month of the 77th year of my family's reign. Sette e mezzo was always my favorite game. That half seems so fitting for a witch and a shadow walker, does it not? So your good fate will become mine. After all, I am the Princess Fortunata. Time for me to have a little good fortune. Until we see each other again, my brave guards." As she said those last words, she turned back to Jocko and gripped his hands firmly in hers. "There is no courage without fear," she told him, and fell to the floor. Chapter 27. Sandro, Paolo, and Luigi shouted in confusion and shock. Paolo tried to open the door of the cage, but the others yelled at him not to do it. It might be a trick, and they should wait for Ernesto in case magic was needed. Fortunata continued to lie unmoving at Giaco's feet. He bent down and felt her neck. A pulse was still there, so faint he could barely make it out. She didn't stir so much as an eyelid at his touch. Let her stay like this, Giaco thought. Let her sleep right through her burning and never wake. Be at peace, princess. What in the name of all the stars is going on? A tall man came striding into the room, his rich robes billowing behind him just a little too dramatically to be accidental. His thin, dark face screamed untrustworthy, although Giaco couldn't have said exactly how. It appeared vaguely greasy, even though he smelled of soap and perfume. The shadow that moved under his skin seemed like the cleanest thing about him. An argument broke out between the guards and the new arrival, who turned out to be Ernesto, the shadow walker who, Giaco guessed, had masterminded Fortunata's misfortune. It's a trick, Ernesto insisted. The witch is wily. She's trying to lure you into letting her go. That's why we called for you, Ernesto, mumbled Luigi, because we knew better than to go in there by ourselves. Ernesto strode theatrically over to the cage. Fortunata, he shouted. Fortunata, enough of this nonsense. Get up. Fortunata continued to lie still as death on the floor of the cage. Ernesto shouted some more, and rattled at the cage, and then poked at Fortunata with Luigi's sword. When all of that failed to provoke a response, he said, his face squeamish as a lord's being asked to clean a midden, I suppose we should go in there to check on her. Probably, said all the guards, with an equal lack of enthusiasm. Giaco couldn't help but feel pride in Fortunata, and how even lying insensible on the floor, she inspired so much fear in 3 guards and a powerful shadow walker. Lying there like that, the wildness was not in evidence, and she looked even more like Adorata. Her shadow's gone, too, he thought. Then he looked down at his own hands. Something dark moved under his skin. It's in me. Giaco had known that this was what would happen, and had agreed to it, but had not been prepared for the horror of seeing that shadow move across his hand, slither up his arm towards his heart. He shuddered all over, as if shaking off a venomous spider, but the shadow remained firmly lodged under his skin. It's in me! It's in me! I can't get it out! Prickles and tingles were running over Giaco's neck and scalp, and his face felt so odd he found himself feeling it with his hands, searching for some sign of strangeness, some wild transformation. But it felt the same as it always did. Or did it? Is this how his face had always felt? It suddenly seemed alien under his numb fingers. Was his hair still his hair, or was that crawling sensation in his scalp from it falling out and being replaced with feathers or fur or scales? What was happening to him? Was now the time when that terrible thing he had feared so much in the corridor would come to pass? Was now the moment when his body was going to fail and fall apart, just when he needed it most? Was he about to be consumed by the shadow, the thing that he feared more than anything else in the world? Was... Ernesto, his face going from squeamish to fearful, stepped nervously into the cage. All 3 guards tried to guard his back while staying as far away from the cage as possible. The sight was so comical it broke through Giaco's fear state enough for him to step back and let Ernesto in, although Ernesto, like the guards, seemed to have no sense of his presence, which was good and bad. If Giaco should collapse or be sucked away into the shadows right now, no one would know to summon help. He needed to keep his wits about him, so that he could get back to people who could help him if necessary, and so that he could help the people who were depending on him to save them. He couldn't collapse now, because others needed him to come through for them. When Ernesto brushed by him, though, his whole head and neck prickled and flushed with fear again, and he actually had to grab the bars of the cage as his knees went weak. Why am I so afraid of him? He can't do anything to me." "That is my fear, Giacomo da Prado. The fear you couldn't see, but now you can feel it." "Fortunata?" "Yes, Giacomo da Prado. That shadow that you fear more than anything in the world, that is me. And now you know what I fear most of all, Ernesto. I fear his greed and his fear and the fact that he will burn me alive because of them. Faugh! He's touching me! He's touching me!" Ernesto was indeed gingerly prodding Fortunata's body with one finger. "Get me out of here, Giacomo! Get me out of here! I can't be here a moment longer. I can't watch what is going to happen to me. I can't! I can't!" Fortunata's voice was breaking up into sobs, all her outer calmness revealed as no more than a facade. "How?" Giaco tried the bars of the cage, but even though no one could see him, the cage still held his body as securely as if he were flesh and blood. "You have to—" Fortunata's voice shook, and then came under her control again. "You have to let the shadows take you, Giacomo. I know you fear them, but the shadows will take you out of here. The shadows are the only thing that will take you and me out of here." "How?" "Just reach for them. Think of something bright and something dark. You must have both within you to walk the shadows. You must find both your brightness and your darkness." "That sounds like magic talk," Giaco complained. "It doesn't do much for simple guards like me." "You are the son of a great artist of the rebirth. You are not just a simple guard. You can learn this too, or maybe not. Not until you give up some of that reason you reborn men find so precious." "I can't just give up my reason." "You can. Reason is a thin skim over something much deeper and older, Giacomo da Prado. You have to dive through that ice and into the dark waters below." "Yes, but—" "He's touching us!" Fortunata's voice in Giaco's head started to break up into panicked sobs again as Ernesto, still with that look of squeamish fear on his greasy, wily face, put his arms around her shoulders and tried to pull her to sitting. He handled her as if he'd never touched a woman before, or maybe any other human being at all, and barely had the strength to lift Fortunata's slender body. "She's alive," Ernesto announced to the guards. "She's just fainted. Womanly nerves, no doubt. No matter. She'll revive before the burning. Or if not, she can go to the stake as she is. She'll burn just as well either way. Although it seems a shame for her to sleep through her own burning. A witch like her should suffer before she dies." He awkwardly stroked one of Fortunata's wavy locks with one squeamish finger, as if he were touching a snake, not the hair of a beautiful woman. "Her hair will catch fire before the rest of her does. No doubt she'll wake up then." "I can't stand it. Get us out of here! Get us out of here!" Ernesto suddenly dropped Fortunata's hair and looked directly in Giaco's direction. "Who's there?" he called. "No one's here, Ernesto," Luigi told him. "It's just us." No, there's a shadow here. Someone's here. Shut the door, blockheads. Look around. Are there any shadows that shouldn't be here?" Luigi, Sandro, and Paolo all looked around with extreme trepidation. "Sandro, go get torches," Ernesto told him. "We must reveal the rogue's shadow with more light. Don't just stand there. Go get torches." Sandro, looking extremely unhappy about it, shuffled out of the room in search of light. He came back at a run with an armful of torches. "I don't like it out there," he said, "and I think someone's been messing with our cards." "There's no one else here but us," Ernesto told him impatiently. "You're seeing things as usual. All you can think about is your cards. Well, don't just stand there. Light the torches." The guards hastened to light the torches. Soon the cell was filled with light, driving the shadows into the corners, except those of the cage and the men themselves, which flickered and loomed. "Over here," Ernesto said, waving them over towards the side of the cage where Jocko was standing. "Yes, hold it up. A bit higher." The flames of the torch were almost in Jocko's face. Another inch closer and they would catch his hair on fire. It would burn like Fortunata's would burn when they set fire to her at the stake, reeking and sizzling and catching her eyebrows and eyelashes on fire. "Get us out of here!" The sensation that swept through Jocko was greater than any named feeling. It was as if some force came swooping down from the sky and filled him, cutting off all his thoughts and feelings and everything else that he normally carried around inside of him, turning it all into one single thought: run away. He threw himself against the bars of the cage, mindless as a desperate animal. And then somehow he was on the other side of the bars, and flying past Sandro and Paolo and Luigi faster than he had ever run before in his life. They screamed with one voice, their voices as terrified as Fortunata's had been. Without breaking stride, Jocko shot through the locked cell door, not even feeling the shadow passage through the thick wood, and went running down the corridor and right through the stone wall at the end of it. Chapter 28. Jocko's mad dash through the wall dumped him out into a room filled with things he didn't recognize. There was no light in the room, but he could make out the shadowy outlines of lumpy objects, sacks, barrels, in some kind of strange sight that didn't seem to be with his eyes. "Stop, Giacomo, stop! If you run through the next wall, we could end up buried under the earth." Whose voice was that? Was it Adorata's? Amanda's? No, it was Fortunata's. Or was it? What was even happening? Had he had some kind of a fit and was now mad or dead and didn't realize it? "Turn right. Go through the door." Still running hard, Jocko swerved right and burst through a door that he hadn't even realized was there in the darkness. "Stop! Stop before you go right through the wall!" Jocko came skidding to a stop in the corridor he had been deposited into. It was also pitch dark, and yet somehow he could see. He must be dead then, or had passed into the shadows entirely. He started to shiver, first just a little along his jaw, and then stronger and stronger, until he was bent double and shaking all over, his teeth chattering audibly against each other. "Light the torch, Giacomo. Take your tinderbox and light the torch by the door." Jocko grasped at the memory of the tinderbox like a drowning man grasping a spar. But what if he'd lost it in his mad dash? What if— Just get it! Concentrating as if he were walking on a high ledge with no railing between him and the long drop below, Jocko made his muscles relax until they stopped trembling. Only then did he straighten up and feel, hardly daring hope, for the tinderbox he'd stuffed into his shirt. Still there! It's still there! Moving with the caution of a high-wire walker, Jocko inched over to where he thought the door was, and felt around it. A torch was there, just where it should be. Keeping every motion smooth and slow, willing the shivering to stay down in the pit of his stomach and not spread to his hands, Jocko struck the fire striker against the flint. The first spark missed its target and disappeared into the darkness. The second, though, landed on the oil-soaked head of the torch and caught. "Oh, thank the stars and all the gods! Thank the stars and all the gods, and may it not go out! May it not go out!" Jocko realized he was trembling again, his teeth chattering together so hard that his whole head was shaking. "Funny, I'm not even afraid anymore. Now where am I?" He was standing at the end of an underground corridor. The torch waiting by the door suggested that it was one that got regular use. "It's the corridor between the underground storerooms and the kitchens. Criminals and carrots are kept in similar conditions. Start walking uphill, and you'll get to the kitchens." "That's it. Then I'll be home." "Almost." Fortunata's voice in Jocko's head sounded as if it had secrets it wasn't ready to share with him yet. Jocko decided not to press. Whatever bad things were waiting for him wouldn't come any faster or slower from him pestering her. and he had to get home somehow. Amanda was waiting for him. Tremors and shudders continued to wash over him, but each wave was smaller than the one before, and after a few dozen paces he felt, if not himself, then almost in possession of himself again. The corridor was just an ordinary corridor, even if underground, with doors leading to what were probably storerooms opening off on either side. It was easy to imagine coming to the stairs that led up into the kitchens, and ascending to light and warmth and human company. If only the torch in Jocko's hand would stop casting such a strange, flickering, double-headed shadow, he could feel entirely at ease. "Do you still have the cards?" Fortunata suddenly asked him. "Sandro's cards." With his free hand, Jocko felt in the pouch on his belt. No cards there, but he found them in the belt itself, tucked against his side. "Got them," he said out loud. "Good. A royal 7.5, yes? The king and queen of coins." Jocko held them up in the light of the torch. "Yes," he confirmed. "Or, wait, they're all worn. I can't quite tell in this light. What does it matter anyway?" "Sandro and Ernesto and all the rest sold me out for coin. Coin is what brought me down here. Something else will have to get me back. Why did you come down here?" "Duty," Jocko said. "Really?" "Well, that was one reason." "But not the main reason. What really brought you down here, Giacomo da Prado?" "I guess it was—" Jocko cleared his throat. "I guess the best reason would be love. Love for Amanda, love for Luca, little as he deserves it right now, love for this city and its people and its ruling family, and yes, even love for my own duty. I didn't want to come down here, but those whom I loved needed me to, so I did." "That is good. The kitchens are around the next bend. What do the cards show now?" Jocko held up the cards again and squinted at them in the uncertain light. "Now it looks like hearts," he said. "The king and queen of hearts." "Very good." Fortunata's voice rang with satisfaction. "Coin brought me down here, but heart will get me out. Do you trust me, Giacomo da Prado?" "Do I have a choice?" "Not a good one." "Then yes, I trust you. If trusting you will get me back to Amanda, I will trust you body, heart, and soul." "I am glad to hear it, because that is what will be needed. Stop here." Jocko stopped. "The kitchens are just around the corner, just a few steps away. But they are not your kitchens. You are in my time, Giacomo, and you must return to your own." "Luca brought me here in an instant. Well, longer than that. But it only took a few breaths. Can't you just take me back?" "I can, but I will need your help. And your trust. Traveling through time is even more difficult than traveling through space. You will have to become shadow, Giacomo da Prado. You will have to give up body, heart, and soul to the shadow, and to me so that I can direct it. Even very strong shadow walkers struggle to surrender to the shadows so completely. And for you it will be worse. Especially since you are a reborn man. I fear you will fail at it, or break." "And if I fail?" "You will remain here, stuck back in my time, neither body nor shadow, until you fade away entirely." "In that case, I'm not going to fail. Let's do it." "You say it so boldly." "You said it yourself. Heart is what will get us out of here. So take mine, just as long as you leave enough for me to give the rest to Amanda when we get to the other side." Fortunata laughed, but her laughter was at least half tears. "You do not know what you offer, Giacomo da Prado. Many people go mad with terror when they try this." "I've been afraid before. Most likely I'll be afraid again. I don't enjoy it, but if the only thing standing between me and Amanda is a little fear, I'm not going to let that stop me." "It will be more than just a little fear, Giacomo da Prado. It will be like possession by the god of terror. Your body and mind will dissolve. And then they'll reform on the other side, when I'm back in my own time. If all goes well. Then let's get this over with. The only thing worse than fear is fear of fear. No point in stretching it out. You are wise, Giacomo da Prado. And who is that? Giaco looked around sharply. I don't see anyone, he whispered. Not here. In the shadows. Someone is watching us. Someone bad. Someone strong. She is just watching from far away. In any case, we cannot wait. Then let's go. The torch flickered and flared up strongly. Giaco staggered back and kept falling. He was falling down, straight down into the underworld of the Hellenes, or maybe into the inferno his own mother had believed in before she had given herself over to the rebirth at his father's command. Something was sucking him away, and sucking all the breath out of his body, too, so that he was falling and suffocating and disintegrating all at once. He wanted to scream, all thoughts of courage forgotten, but his throat couldn't get the sound out. There is a reason why panic is named after a god. In fear, too, there is strength. Let it take you, Giacomo, so that you can take it all the way home. Giaco tried to scream again, to thrash free of the terrible force that was chaining his limbs and dragging him down. But that final outpouring of strength and will only made him fall faster, until he burst apart. Chapter 29. Why am I so cold? He opened his eyes. Or did he? Everything was just as black as before. Or was it? What was that? Fire! Giaco rolled away from the flame creeping towards his face. It kept coming. It's chasing me! He was on his feet. A moment ago he must have been lying face down on the floor, and now he was on his feet, with no memory of moving from one state to the other. His feet couldn't feel the floor. His whole body was numb. His face was tingling as if something terrible were happening to it. Was it on fire? Was he being devoured by flames even now? Frantically, Giaco felt his numb face with his numb hands. Nothing seemed to be on fire, but his senses were so confused he couldn't tell. Maybe it's in my hair! It's in my hair! My hair! Giaco's numb fingers ran feverishly through his hair. Once again, he couldn't find any fire, but with his fingers so unfeeling, how could he be sure? Everything felt wrong. Something was horribly wrong with his body. Something dreadful had happened to it, and was still happening to it, and was going to happen to it more in the future. He wanted to run away, and burrow into the floor, and scream until his throat burst, and beg for help, but there was no one there to help him, and even if there were, there might not be anything they could do. What was that sound, that rattling sound? It was his teeth. He was shaking all over again, his teeth chattering like those of a man dying of the ague. Was he ill? Was he about to collapse and die right now? There's a reason why panic is named after a god. The words floated into Giaco's consciousness, riding along like a broken branch in a flooding river with the terror that was pouring into him and through him, threatening to burst his banks and wash him away. But that little spar of reason was telling him that he was in the grip of divine possession. He couldn't fight his way out, but perhaps he could slip free. See what's really there. In the flickering light of the torch, still rolling gently back and forth on the floor, Giaco stared at his hands. Was this how they always looked? This part of his body that had always seemed so well known, maybe the most intimately beloved part of himself, now struck him as foreign. Were they changing? Was this what they were supposed to look like? Were they deforming, transforming into something they shouldn't be? Were they still his hands? Was something terrible happening to them before his eyes, and he couldn't tell? See what's really there. He shut his eyes for a moment, and then reopened them and forced himself to go over his hands line by line. 4 fingers and a thumb on each one. All the fingers looked like fingers, moved like fingers, obeyed his commands when he made his hands open and close. He couldn't remember if this was how his hands had always looked, but the calluses and scars on them were all old. The skin was ruddy in the torchlight, and the veins on the backs of his hands were standing out sharply, but nothing else was happening to them. His hands just loomed there in front of him, mocking him with his inability to recognize his own body as his own. See what's really there. He imagines drawing his hands, the lifelike image of them emerging with swift sureness on the paper. What would he focus on? Their strength, and the way each finger showed signs of wear and daily sword practice. The calluses on his palms, earned with a lifetime of work and training. The slight crook in his left thumb, where he had broken it in the Battle of Cinque Via, leading the charge against all comers. That old scar on the back of his right hand from what battle? Something so inconsequential he couldn't even remember it right now. One of the many skirmishes he had participated in against the Del Sole and the Forzesco kingdoms, or maybe some mission to bring some recalcitrant minor noble to heel. His whole body was covered in marks from the life he had lived, marking it as his, incontrovertibly his, even if, at this very moment, he couldn't recognize it as such. The veins on his hands were sinking back into the skin. He still felt the presence of the great god Pan, of the god of fear, lingering inside of him, hovering over his shoulder, but it was receding enough that some part of himself was regaining control. His reason was no longer a spar caught in the flood, but a boat tossed in the waves. But boats had oars and sails and tillers. Boats could be steered. "Fortunata," he said softly. "Yes." "Did we make it? Are we in my time now?" I don't know. We are no longer in my time. When we are, though, I don't know. Why don't you pick up the torch and find out?" Giaco picked up the torch. Raising it revealed that he was at the bottom of a narrow set of stone stairs. He couldn't remember ever seeing this particular set of stairs before, but it looked vaguely familiar, as if he knew the builder. "I think we're in the Castello Maggiore," he said. "That is good. Go up the stairs." "What if something bad's waiting for us up there?" "What if something bad is waiting for us down here?" The after effects of the panic were still coursing through Giaco's veins, making both where he was and where he might go seem filled with menace. The walls and the little landing where he was standing at the bottom of the stairs seemed to close around him, but he could also imagine all manner of catastrophes waiting for him at the top of the stairs. "Giacomo, are you just going to stand there all day?" "I think it's still night," he told Fortunata. "At least I hope so." "Either way, let's get out of here." As Giaco climbed up the narrow stairs, his panic continued to subside, making him increasingly certain that he was indeed in the Castello Maggiore, probably in some underground storeroom under the kitchens, just as he should be. Which meant that, if Fortunata had managed to bring them to his own time, all he had to do was get to the top of the stairs, open the door, and he would be back amongst light and friends and safety. Luca would still be lost, and who knows what would be happening to Amanda, but returning to his own place and time seemed like a crucial start to any further rescue missions. The stairs were short. At the top of 10 steps, Giaco found a door. He rattled it. Locked from the other side. He pounded on the door and shouted, but there was no answer. Chapter 30. The trembles started again, deep in Giaco's chest. The stairway suddenly felt as confining as a coffin. "Be calm." Giaco reminded himself that his panic might be the ocean, but his reason was a boat, and boats could be steered. Sort of, if the waves weren't too high. It was enough to let him keep his grip on the torch. "I need to go through the door. I can scout ahead. I sense something. Someone. Perhaps the woman who has been watching over us from the other side of the shadows. I want to find out who it is before we go through the door together. I need you to stay behind and preserve your body so that I can have something to come back to." "That doesn't sound very promising." "It is the best promise we have. Wait for me here, Giacomo da Prado. I will be back soon, or not at all." There was a horrible sensation of something essential slipping out of him, and suddenly Giaco was alone in his own body. He felt liberated and bereft all at once. He also felt like he wanted to sit down, or maybe lie down for the next week. But the stone stairs looked cold in the torchlight, and he didn't want to be helpless in case of a sudden attack. He tried not to think that he would be helpless in any case, weak and fearful and confused as he was, and trapped at the top of the stairs to boot. It seemed like he stood there in the narrow stairway for a long time, but the torch had barely burned down at all when he heard a whispered, "Giacomo, are you there?" "Fortunata," he whispered back. "It is Zoe." "Zoe, what are you doing here?" "Watching the veil between shadow and light. I am in Luca's room. Where are you?" "I don't know. Under the kitchens in the Castello Maggiore, maybe. I'm—" How to explain Fortunata's story to her? "I'm with a shadow walker. We're trying to get out. Has there been any sign of Luca?" "No, not even to my eyes." "And Amanda?" "She is sleeping." "Sleeping or insensible?" "The latter, but she is safe for now. It is Luca who is in danger, and Demetrios." "I wish I could find them, but when I looked, I ended up finding someone else instead, and I don't know what to do next. I'm trapped here, and if you can't find Luca, I can't either." "I think he is in between." "In between?" "In between light and shadow, in the veil between them." "Then you should be the one to find him. You're the one who can see there." "I can see through it, not in it. Not always, anyway, and not right now. It is a fickle place, even for seers and augurs." "I don't see what I can do then. I would go after him if I could, but I have to have somewhere to go." "Find the halfway place." "Where's that?" "I do not know, but I know you have to find the halfway place. Find the half." "Half of what?" "I do not know. Have you seen anything that is a half, or halfway?" "No, I haven't. Wait." Giaco felt under his belt. The winning hand was still there. Giaco held it up to the light. The king and queen of hearts, or was it coins? He still couldn't make out the suit. The cards were cheap and worn, and the light was poor. 7.5, he said, but I don't see how this helps. They're just cards. Which is the 7 and which is the half? Whichever you want. Either the king of coins or the queen of hearts can be a wild card if the players want. The other face cards are all worth half a point. This could be a royal 7.5, the highest value hand. But I can't quite make out the suit. So it might or might not actually be a royal 7.5. That is good. Zoe sounded as satisfied as Fortunata. It is half in every way. It means I am right. Luca is caught halfway between. Now you need 7 to rescue him. 7 what? 7. I have to go now. Sauro is calling for me. Amanda needs me. You must rescue yourself and Luca on your own. Go, said Giaco. He could say nothing else, not if Amanda needed her. He didn't know how he was going to get himself out of his current situation, but that seemed like a minor matter right now, if Amanda was in trouble. I am back. It was Fortunata. I do not know what time we are in, but people are wearing clothing like yours, and costumes. I think they are dressed up as Hellene gods. There is a strange man in a small room, with horns on his head and trousers that are supposed to be goat legs. He seems anxious. I think he almost saw me. He must have a touch of the power. That's Aurelio. The flush of sweat that broke out all over Giaco's back was from relief this time. We did it, Fortunata. We're home. For me, at least. Well, let us slip through this door and return to your friends, then. More shadow walking. I cannot open the door, and neither can you. It is the quickest way. Very well, but I have a question. Now, are you not anxious to return to your friend? I am, but you know I came down here. I was sent down here, in search of my charge. Prince Luca, the next day Fiori's shadow walker after you, the only one to inherit your gift in 5 generations. He's hiding, or trapped, or something. He went into the shadows, pulling someone after him, and now we can't find him. That is bad. I know, and I was just told. By whom? Zoe, a Hellene augur, probably the woman who's been watching us. Zoe means life. It is a good name, a good sign. Well, what did she say? She said Luca was trapped halfway between light and shadow. That is bad. I guessed as much. How do we get him out? And Prince Demetrios, if we can. The in-between is the most difficult place to exist, and the most difficult place to draw people out of. When you are there, you are neither body nor shadow, neither light nor darkness. You cannot survive long there. Then we need to rescue him right now. If there is still anything left to rescue. Don't say that. How do we get him? First we get out of here. And then what? And then I think. I have never done this before. I must think on it. Come. Something cold and alien, and yet warm and familiar, settled in Giaco's chest. And then he was falling forward, only instead of crashing into the door, he fell right through it. Chapter 31. Giaco expected to hit the ground on the other side of the door, but instead, he somehow slipped through the kitchens, past sleepy scullions sullenly washing crockery, and bakers energetically starting the morning bread, and into the small room off to the side where he had met with Sauro and Zoe before. Only once he was inside the room did he find his feet again. Giacomo, where did you come from? Aurelio, still in his Pan outfit, jumped to his feet, his mouth open in shock. I guess I came through the shadows, Giaco said. The astonishment on Aurelio's face was comic. I knew it was possible, he said, once he could speak again, but I never thought to see it myself, and I didn't know you were a shadow walker. I'm not. Borrowed magic. Giaco didn't want to get into the story of Fortunata. Where is Sauro? With the Signora Amanda, as far as I know, as is the Signora Zoe. She was watching over Prince Luca's room, but she set a guard to it instead, in case you came back through there, left me to wait for you here, and went to the Signora Amanda. I have to go to her immediately. Of course, I'll take you. I know the fastest way. And I'll stand ready to run messages if you need me. You're a good man, Aurelio. Aurelio grinned. Not really, but I'm hoping you'll put a good word in for me with your father. Help me out tonight, and I'll do anything for you. Which way? Aurelio led him out into the main corridor, and then up a narrow staircase and down a narrow corridor, and up another, even narrower spiral staircase, and down a corridor that was so small it was more of a crawlway, and through a doorway that dropped them out into the main corridor leading to Adorata's suite. It pays to know the servants' stairs and corridors, said Aurelio. They're not very grand, but they are fast. Gianluca, what's happening with the Signora Amanda? 2 healers are with her, and the magicians, including that foreign one, said the guard standing outside Adorata's suite. Who's he? Who's he? Are you blind, man? This is Giacomo da Prado. The guard stiffened. Really, he looks, No offense, signore, but I'm unarmed, I look like a mess, and you always thought I'd be taller. Giaco finished for him. No matter. The important thing is that I am the Signora Amanda's husband. Let me in. Gianluca stepped aside. The stars watch over her, he said as Giaco went past him. Everyone looks concerned, but not in a panic. There may very well yet be hope, signore, Comandante. Giaco rushed past him before he could finish. 2 maids were in Adorata's sitting room. They jumped to their feet when Giaco came bursting in, their mouths already open to protest. He's the Signora Amanda's husband, Aurelio shouted at them from behind Giaco's shoulder. She's alive, signore, the stars be thanked, one of the maids said to him. But you should go to her. Giaco nodded to her and pulled open the door into the bedroom before the maids could do it for him. Amanda was still lying on Adorata's ornate bed. Her eyes were closed and she appeared to be sleeping peacefully, but shadows were moving restlessly under the skin of her face. Adorata, Sauro, Zoe, and 2 women Giaco didn't know were gathered around the bed. "Where's Luca?" Sauro demanded. "Still lost." Giaco pushed past him, sat on the edge of the bed, and took Amanda's hand. It felt warm and alive, but made no response when he squeezed it. "I told you." "And I told you, Sauro of the Shadows, that he is in the in-between," said Zoe. "Even worse. What are we doing sitting here?" For the first time that Giaco had ever witnessed, Sauro appeared upset. "Now we are all together," said Zoe. "You, me, the Signora Amanda, and this other shadow the Signore Giacomo bears within him. Perhaps together we can effect some rescue." Sauro gave Giaco a piercing look. "You do bear a shadow," he said. "Congratulations. I never thought you had it in you." "I'm even more surprised and less pleased than you," Giaco told him. "That's not nice, and you can only carry me because I am so strong." "Fortunata says the only reason I can carry her is because she's so strong," Giaco said. "Fortunata, as in—" Sauro gave Giaco another piercing look. "As in Fortunata dei Fiori, the witch princess." "The one and only. I did find Luca down in the dungeons, as you thought I might. Only instead of coming home with me, he sent me back in time. He was very angry. He wanted me to see what his family did to Shadow Walkers. So he sent me to Fortunata, just as she was being locked up in preparation to be burnt at the stake." "An ugly story," said Sauro. "But you say she is now with you." "Her shadow is." Sauro's eyes grew as close to Misty as the eyes of a man like him could. "You have all the luck, Giacomo da Prado," he said. "What wouldn't so many of us give to carry even the shadow of Fortunata dei Fiori within us? And yet you are the one who was given this gift." Out of the corner of his eye, Giaco saw a look of pain flash across Adorata's face. There and gone so fast he doubted anyone else noticed it. Certainly Sauro hadn't. "It's a gift I'll be glad to pass on to someone worthier," he said. "But back to what the Signora Zoe said. We're all together now. You, her, Fortunata through me, and you counted Amanda as well." Zoe nodded. "If we can reach her, she may be able to help us, and thereby help herself. I believe she may be in the in-between, too. Perhaps we can bring them both back, or they can bring each other back." She turned to Adorata. "And you, princess. I do not forget you. You say your gifts are weak, but they will still be of use." "Yes," said Sauro carelessly. "Someone has to stay awake and in the outer world, after all." A look of pain flashed across Adorata's face again. Under less desperate circumstances, Giaco would have wanted to kick Sauro. Now he merely turned to Adorata and said, "Any service you can render us, my princess, will be much appreciated." I would do anything for Amanda, you know that, Giacomo, she said. She took Amanda's other hand in both of hers. Tell me how I can help, and I will. Tell them that you are the key. You're joking. Adorata looked offended. Not you, my princess, Giaco said hastily. I was talking to Fortunata. Sauro's eyes lit up. What does she suggest? She says to tell you that I am the key, which I can't believe. Tell them that in order to reach someone in the in-between, the other person must also be in-between in some way. Halfway between the two worlds, if you will. And who is more halfway than you, Giacomo da Prado? A man of common birth who consorts with royalty, a reborn man who consorts with fortune-tellers and shadow-walkers. What was it that Zoe said? We need 7.5. I am the 7, and you are the half. Together we will go into the in-between. Fortunata says to tell Zoe that she is the 7, and I am the half, Giaco said. Zoe's seeing eye widened. Her blind eye wandered off to stare at a corner of the room. Then we should start now, she said. Only, it may be difficult, Giacomo da Prado. Unpleasant. Just like everything else that's happened this evening, then. Let's get it over with. Chapter 32. Much as he disliked being catapulted without warning into the shadows whenever it struck the nearest shadow walker's fancy, Giaco was half hoping that's what would happen this time, so that he wouldn't have time to get nervous about whatever new ordeal he was about to go through. It had already been a very long night, even though it was not even half over, and Giaco's whole body felt drained from running and terror. Especially terror. Being afraid was exhausting, and he'd had enough of it. If there was going to be more, he wanted to be over and done with it as soon as possible. But that was not to be. Midnight is the most auspicious hour for this sort of thing, Sauro said. And doing it then will give us just enough time to make our preparations. How long until midnight? Giaco asked. Half an hour, no more. Half an hour was better than a whole hour, but it was still a long time to wait, well, not long enough to get any rest or refreshment. Giaco settled for sitting by the bed and holding Amanda's hand. Why does she have to go through this? He whispered to Adorata, while Sauro and Zoe busied themselves with lighting braziers and drawing symbols and all the other things that Sauro had always dismissed as the cheap tricks of weak magic workers. The fact that he felt the need to resort to them now was not reassuring. Luca never went through anything like this. That you know of, Adorata whispered back. In fact, I think he did, on those times he would disappear with Sauro for hours or days at a stretch. He just never spoke of it to you, except in the most guarded terms. But my understanding is that every shadow walker must go through this. A trial, if you will. They must be immersed in the shadows and emerge from them safely. It is better and more normal for them to start when they are young like Luca did. Then they can be taken on their first journeys under the supervision of an experienced shadow walker. But Amanda did not begin to manifest the talent until late in life. It consumed her more quickly and left little time for proper training. Especially since, forgive me, Giacomo, but Amanda shared your happy secret with me. In some women in whom the talent is latent, being with child will bring it out. This is true for all magic, but especially for shadow walking. Does this mean the child will be a shadow walker too? Giaco didn't know how he felt about that. Actually, he did. He didn't want any child of his to be a shadow walker. But that was not up to him. Maybe, Adorata whispered. Maybe not. It is true that gifted mothers are more likely to have gifted children, especially those who first show their talent when the child is conceived. But whether that is the child working on the mother, or the mother working on the child, is unknown. You must have made a study of this to know so much. Yes. For a moment, Adorata's gaze rested on Sauro. I have. What little good it has done me. She turned to look at Giaco again. But if it serves Amanda and you in any way, it will have been worth all the time and frustrated hope. How is this woman not gifted? She is of my blood, is she not? She looks like enough to me to be my sister. Fortunata thinks you look like enough to her to be her sister, Giaco said, and she thinks you should be gifted as well. Is it true? We look alike. When I first laid eyes on her, I thought she was you, Giaco said. The resemblance is uncanny. Tell her I would explore her, if I may. She says she wants to explore you, Giaco relayed. Will that not delay our rescue of Luca? Just for a moment. Before Giaco could argue, or Adorata could give her consent, a shadow that looked uncomfortably like a long, thin hand separated itself from Giaco's own hand and slid over on top of Adorata's. She gasped and gasped again as the shadow hand sank one finger into her flesh. It is like ice in my veins, said Adorata through clenched teeth. No more for now. I heard that. Of course you did, sister. Fortunata's shadow withdrew its finger from Adorata's hand and slid back into Giaco's arm, almost, but not quite, disappearing. That was less pleasant than I had hoped, said Adorata. In fact, it was horrible. It is often horrible at first. Training makes it more tolerable. But you have the gift, sister, you do. We just must bring it out. I heard that too. Very good. Perhaps that means that I will be able to speak with you when Giacomo and I are in the in-between. I hope so, said Adorata. Her voice was more resigned than hopeful. Giaco couldn't blame her. Even having Fortunata speak to her from afar must be disconcerting. But if it could help Luca, she would suffer a great deal, just as Giaco would. We are ready, announced Sauro. And look, midnight is just striking. Chapter 33. The big clock in the tower over the Piazza del Mercato began to strike. Take my hand, Sauro ordered Giaco. It will work best if we send you before the clock finishes striking. Quickly, take Zoe's hand, too. Giaco noted that his fingers had gone numb again. It was not the worst thing that had happened to him this evening, but it was still unpleasant every time. I will be the lead, and Zoe will be the anchor, Sauro told Giaco. I will go into the shadows, pulling you behind me, and Zoe will hold you back. Fortunata will do whatever she can to help you stop in the in-between. Ready? Let's go. Giaco had not, in fact, said he was ready, but he couldn't think of anything he could do to be more ready, and waiting would only draw it out, so he nodded. He could feel Fortunata's shadow nodding inside of him. He felt the increasingly familiar feeling of falling as Sauro set off into the shadows, with Giaco in tow. But something was wrong. Something was holding him back. That was what was supposed to happen, but he felt so stuck, so wrong. Had something gone horribly wrong? This couldn't be right. He opened his mouth to say something to Sauro about it, and discovered he was frozen, stuck, paralyzed, trapped. This is where we are supposed to be. Fortunata's voice rang with satisfaction. Giaco was glad she, at least, wasn't panicking. He tried to look around. His body couldn't move, but he could still see what was in front of him. And what was in front of him was the table where Sauro and Zoe had lit their braziers and drawn their symbols. Sauro was still holding his left hand, and Zoe his right. Amanda was still lying motionless on the bed, with Adorata by her side. We haven't gone anywhere, Giaco said. On the contrary, we are in the in-between. Try to move. Giaco tried once again to move, to speak. Nothing. He was like an ancient insect, trapped in amber. He could see and think, but nothing else. He strained his ears for the final strikes from the clock tower, and heard nothing. You are stuck halfway in the in-between. You cannot hear, or smell, or taste, or touch anything. Fortunata told him. But you can still see, if you look at things just right. You can see more than you can with your waking eyes. What am I looking for? Jocko asked. Other shadows. Others who are here with us in the in-between. Jocko looked around the room with his unmoving eyes. This time he noticed that no one else was moving either. Everyone was frozen in exactly the position they had been in when Sauro had dragged him off. Jocko could see no sign of any shadows. Look again, Fortunata said when he told her that. They must be here. I can sense them. But I can only see through your eyes. This is why I need you, Giacomo, because a shadow without a body is powerless. There must be a body somewhere to feed it strength and purpose and life. Look again. Jocko looked again. Nothing, except... Is that something in... He hated even to think the words. Amanda. Look again. Jocko forced himself to look again. This time he could see, behind Amanda's frozen face, a flickering, quivering motion. It is a shadow, Fortunata said, stuck here in the in-between like we are. We must help it if we are to help Amanda. Can you do it? Yes. And... Jocko hated to do anything to delay helping Amanda, but he had to ask. What about Luca? The in-between is bounded by neither time nor space. If he is in it, you can find him and bring him here. How? Call to him, and I will try to untangle Amanda's shadow and set it free so that she can return to her body. How do I call to him? I can't tell you that. An exasperated Fortunata sounded remarkably like Adorata when dealing with a particularly dense noble. How would you call to him if you weren't here? What would you say to him if you were both safely home and talking by the fireside? Jocko wanted to say that he'd tell Luca what an ass he was being, but he didn't need Fortunata to tell him that that was unlikely to achieve his purpose. He'd have to come up with something better. Luca, he tried. There was no response, but with no better plan in mind, he kept on. Luca, please come back. We all want you to come back. Well, I do, and Adorata does, and I'm sure Lucrezia does too. Probably Desiderato as well. And Sauro. We all want you back, Luca. We don't care what you've done. There was no response. Feeling even more foolish, Jocko kept going, sending out his words into silence and emptiness that may or may not have been the inside of his own head. I saw what you sent me to see. Or I saw something, anyway. I saw what they did to Fortunata. It was terrible. I'm sorry they did that to her, and you were right to be angry and afraid. But nothing like that's going to happen to you, Luca, I swear it. And you can't do anything to fix what happened to Fortunata unless you come back. Fix? Jocko's mind gave a leap of excitement. Luca had responded. Or had Jocko imagined it? Nothing he could do but press on. Yes, Fortunata escaped and came back with me. Or at least her shadow did. Shadow? Yes, Fortunata's shadow came back with me. She's safe. Not safe. Luca, you can hear me. Yes, I can hear you talking nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense, Luca, I swear it. Fortunata's shadow was able to escape into me, and we fled, and now she's safe with me. I read the histories. I visited the past and the shadows. She's not safe. They still burned her. Yes, she was insensible when they tied her to the stake and lit the flames. So you have done that much for her, Jocko. But what do you think happens to a shadow without a body? Her body was destroyed, even if her shadow was able to escape. Soon she will slip away and disintegrate. You have not saved her. It was a good thing Jocko was unable to move, and Luca was just a voice in his head. because Jocko was sorely tempted to give him a sharp clip around the ears. He had never done so when Luca was a child, but the desire now was strong. "Then she saved you," he said sharply. "Or she wants to. She sacrificed herself and came all this way, all this win, I suppose, in order to save you." "No, she didn't." "Maybe she did," Jocko continued stubbornly. "I think she could have saved herself, powerful as she is. But she chose to come with me instead, and she's the reason that I'm here now, and if I manage to bring you back, she'll be the one who made that happen. She wants to bring you home too, Luca, so don't make her sacrifice be in vain. Yes, what was done to her was terrible, but if you insist on staying here and sulking, it will be terrible for no purpose. But if you come back with me, you will give it meaning." "Really? How?" "I don't know. By telling the truth. By showing how the old and the new can coexist. How the rebirth doesn't have to mean the death of everything that came before it. By being a good brother to Lucrezia in her time of trouble. And yes, perhaps by making this arranged marriage you're so afraid of, and strengthening the ties between us and Hellas. Or if not that, then by making some other good marriage and bringing peace and prosperity to two kingdoms, and starting your own family, and passing down the wisdom you have learned to them." "You have so much faith in me, Jocko." Even in Jocko's head, Luca's voice sounded small and lost. "Not without reason. I haven't done much to earn it." "But you could." "I'm afraid." "Of course you are. We're all afraid. There is no courage without fear." "Yes, but—" "I am glad to hear it." The voice reverberated in Jocko's head like the bell in the piazza clock tower. It was followed by a shadow, stepping into the unmoving room as if the rules that applied to everyone and everything else did not apply to it. It was darker and denser than any shadow Jocko had ever seen before, and twice as tall as an ordinary man. "No courage without fear," it said. "Then everywhere I go, I bring courage beyond the bounds of ordinary human imagination. But then, I am a god." Chapter 34. Jocko couldn't speak. There were no words, no thoughts, no time. He was suspended in the immobility of complete and total terror. The shadow standing before him was not death. Death was familiar and expected compared with this. This was fear personified, and everything it touched became alien and too terrible to bear. Its presence made the colors in the room too dark and too bright at the same time, made the walls ripple and the air shimmer, and rendered all the familiar things and familiar people in it strangers, their faces uncannily like and not like how Jocko thought they should be. Even his own body seemed like something he was seeing for the first time, perhaps something that had fallen down from a distant star. The only thing he could be certain of was his own uncertainty in everything he saw, and that was the most terrifying of all. "See what's really there." Jocko's eyes, the only part of him that still worked, sought to take in the sight before them. The shadow was terrifying, but, he saw as it moved through the unmoving room, it was still just a shadow, inasmuch as a shadow could be just a shadow. Everything still shimmered and rippled in Jocko's eyes, but the shadow was not shimmering or rippling more than anything else. It was not changing. It was not spreading into everything and everyone else. It was just stalking threateningly around the room. "Demetrios?" Jocko was astonished by the sound of his own voice. How had he managed to speak? But he had, and he had voiced his suspicion of who the shadow belonged to. That simple fact made him calmer. The shadow was outsized, but it was still recognizable as belonging to Demetrios. "He gave form to this shadow, yes, but I am so much more." The shadow turned from its examination of the room to look at Jocko directly. "You know who I am, reborn man. Say it." "Pan." Jocko had to cough and clear his throat to get the word out. But that meant his throat was working again. "You are the god Pan." "One of his manifestations, yes." As the shadow turned its head, Jocko caught a glimpse of goat horns peeking out through Demetrios's wild curls. His legs were transforming, the thighs becoming shaggy and the knees bending sharply backwards into the hocks of a goat. "If I vomit now, while I can't move, will I choke and die?" Jocko thought he had kept those words to himself, but Fortunata answered, "Maybe," which was not very comforting. "What do we do?" he asked Fortunata. "If I knew, I would do it." This was also not very comforting, but at least it was honest. Jocko's mother had always been a great believer in honesty. And one could argue that his father was too, with his insistence that art was all about discovering the truth and seeing what was really there. Jocko was, he was sure, a fundamentally honest person as well. So he might as well try honesty. "What do you want?" he asked the shadow. The shadow made a rumbling noise that sent ripples of fear up and down Jocko's spine, but was probably meant to be laughter. "I want you to fear me." "You've certainly succeeded in that." "Good. But your fear is not enough. I am grown weak. All the gods are grown weak. In Hellas they still worship us, but not enough. And here in your northern kingdoms you have forgotten us entirely. We need worship to live. So we decided to remind you of our existence. I was chosen because everyone feels fear. I am not the most powerful god in our pantheon, but in the minds of humans, I am. I rode in on Demetrios's mind, and I will ride out on the minds of everyone in this petty little kingdom. It hardly seems worth it, you are so small. But you are changing how people think. This is the seat of the rebirth, and the rebirth thinks it has no place for gods. It is wrong, of course, but it needs to be reminded of just how wrong it is. This I will do. I will go forth and take over the minds of every person in this castle, this city, this kingdom, and they will learn to worship me above all else." Jocko wanted to shout something defiant, maybe that Pan would never succeed, but that would be a lie. Every living thing was only ever a half step away from giving itself over to terror, and his fellow citizens were no exception. "And then what?" he asked instead. "Then I will grow strong." "Yes, but the kingdom will grow weak. Our power and wealth is from our knowledge and artifice, and that is from the rebirth. Take us over, and soon there will be nothing left worth having." "There will be your fear." "Yes, but only as long as we are alive. Dead men feel no fear." There was that terrible rumbling again, even worse than before. Somewhere deep inside, Jocko was trembling uncontrollably, but on the outside he was still paralyzed. Maybe that made him appear braver than he was. "So what do you propose, reborn man?" "What do you need in order to survive?" "I told you. Worship." "What do you need in order to go away?" "Why would I do that?" "When my mother goes into the garden to pick food for dinner, she doesn't strip everything bare. She takes just enough for our meal and leaves the rest, so that there will be more for tomorrow. Strip us bare, and there will be nothing for you to take tomorrow. Take just enough to feed you for now, and you will be able to feed tomorrow, and the next day, and the next, and the one after that." Or I could strip you bare right here, right now, move on to your city tomorrow, and to another city the next day, and another the day after that. Eventually you will come to an end, though. What are you offering, little man, that I keep you to feed on you? It is true that your fear is strong and delicious. I could grow strong just on your terror alone. Funny, I thought you would be braver. But your fear is bottomless, and made all the more potent by the reason that seeks to rein it in. If that would satisfy you, then yes, keep me and feed on me, like your pet milk goat, if you will. You would not like to know what I do to goats, and everyone else I feed on. I'm sure I wouldn't, but better me than everyone else. The shadow appeared to consider the offer. Very well. I will take another taste of you and your terror. Please me, and I will tarry with you for now. It will only slow the inevitable. But for many humans, that is enough. The shadow's long arm reached out towards Jocko's chest. He knew that it was going to plunge in, do something terrible. It was going to happen in just a breath or two, and it would be dreadful, and he couldn't prevent it. And if he could have gotten out of it, he would, no matter how cowardly that would make him. So it was a good thing he couldn't get out of it. But how he wished he could! How he wished he could! No! A tongue of flame licked out and caught the shadowy arm, knocking it aside and setting it alight all at once. Run, Jocko, run! Chapter 35. Jocko threw himself out of the chair and scrambled on hands and knees towards... what? Once he got 2 steps away from the shadow, he stopped. Amanda and Adorata were still frozen on the bed. Sauro and Zoe were still frozen at the table, but they could take care of themselves. Jocko switched directions and started to scramble towards Amanda and Adorata. What are you doing? Fortunata, you're still here. Yes, with Amanda, bringing her back. And? She can be brought back, but you must help me. There was a scream behind Jocko. He whipped around, still on hands and knees, and saw the shadow and the flame grappling with each other like 2 monstrous Hellene wrestlers. Luca! Jocko cried. The flame was now recognizably Luca, but a giant Luca, even taller than the shadow of Demetrios, but thinner, able to writhe out of the shadow's heavy grasp. Jocko pulled himself to his feet and stood there, torn. Run and help Luca, but how? Or go to Amanda? But what could he do for her either? What do I do? He asked Fortunata. I have to save both of them. Here. Fortunata's shadow flowed out of Amanda and came over to stand in front of Jocko. She reached into her chest and pulled out a roiling wisp of herself and held it out to him. Take this. What is it? My fear. My fear of my death, and everything that came before it and because of it. Take it and give it to Demetrios. Let he who bears the god of fear within him know what true fear is. For an instant Jocko could not make his hands reach out and take the roiling wisps of shadow from Fortunata's shadowy hands. It was like trying to put his hands into a forge fire. His body refused to do what his will commanded. But then they reached out and snatched up the ball of shadow on their own. Quickly! Fortunata's command was unnecessary. The shadows she had given him were already beginning to unravel from the ball she had created, and were trying to sink into Jocko's hands. His skin crawled and his heart jumped in his chest in response, but whether that was her fear or his, he couldn't say. He edged over to where the shadow and the flame were still grappling with each other. He had to do this, and quickly, while there was still something left of Fortunata's fear to give to Demetrios, before it all went into him instead. But every time he was about to reach the shadow, it shifted position. Twice he almost shoved the dissipating ball of shadow and fear into Luca. It was not his quick reflexes that saved him, but his terror of fire. Every time he got close to Luca, his body cringed away. This must be Fortunata's fear. Little good that it does me to know that, except that I need to get closer to Demetrios. The shadow was becoming more and more bestial as it fought, the horns on its head growing from the buds of a kid to the horns of a full-sized billy goat, its body, such as it had, becoming shaggier and shaggier, like that of a wild mountain goat. Only its hands and its face remained human, and horribly reminiscent of Demetrios's. Jocko had only met him briefly, and had disliked him on sight, but this surely was not what he had wanted. Under other circumstances, Jocko might have pitied him. But since he was trying to destroy Luca, all Jocko felt for him was a killing rage. Luca's flames were starting to flicker and die down. The shadow grabbed him around the throat with both hands and pushed him to the floor, one knee on his chest to get more leverage to throttle him. Luca's hands, now more flesh than flame, scrabbled helplessly at the shadow's wrists. He opened his mouth to scream, but nothing came out. "Now, Jocko!" Jocko was already moving as Fortunata's words rang in his head. One quick step forward, and he was plunging his hands into the shadow's back, sinking Fortunata's shadow ball deep inside. "Ag! Ag!" Both Jocko and the shadow were screaming. Jocko jerked his hands out of it and fell back onto the seat of his pants. He examined his hands frantically. He had been so sure for a moment that they had been burned or frozen clean off. But they were still there, looking just as they always did. "Ag! Fire! Fire!" The shadow was still screaming. It let go of Luca's neck and threw itself away from him, sliding and scrambling on the floor as desperately as Jocko had earlier, its mouth open in a continuous scream of horror. Luca jumped to his feet. He was still half flesh, half flame, and all of it wreathed in shadow. Perhaps that was why he looked so terrifying as he stalked towards the shadow on the floor. Almost leisurely, he leaned over it and thrust his hands into its chest. It bucked under him, thrashing this way and that like a terrified animal. Then it burst into flame. The flare was so bright that Jocko threw up his arm to shield his eyes. When he could look again, Luca was standing over a body, an ordinary human body. It was just his imagination, Jocko told himself, that saw how Luca opened his mouth wide and inhaled something deeply, something that looked like wisps of shadow and flame. "The great god Pan is dead," he said. Chapter 36. "He is not dead," said Fortunata. "The god of fear is immortal. He will always be with us." Jocko got to his feet and went over to examine the body. It was indubitably Demetrios, who was indubitably dead. Jocko reached down and smoothed his eyes, which were staring up in wide-open terror, shut. Now he just looked like a pleasant-featured Hellene youth, with curly dark hair, a prominent nose, and sensuous lips that Jocko could easily imagine whispering sweet nothings into a beautiful maiden's ear. There was no sign of horns on his head or hocks on his legs, and the hair on his body was all wholly human. Luca was staring down at him. "I wanted to be his friend," he said. "Before I even met him, I wanted to be his friend. I dreamed that we would be friends, two princes interested in magic in the old ways. That's why I took him into the shadows. I wanted to show off in front of him, so that he would want to be my friend. I thought we could be like brothers. Instead, I killed him." "I'm sorry." Jocko put his arm around Luca's shoulders and pulled him away from Demetrios's body. "I'm sorry, Lucchino, but we have to get out of here." Luca looked around. "We're in Adi's bedroom." "We are, but we're stuck." "Stuck how?" "I believe we are in the in-between, the space between shadows and reality." It's all reality, Luca said automatically. Then he frowned. That's bad. Getting stuck in the in-between is bad. And the fact that we can walk and talk means we're all the way here, if that makes sense. We're really stuck, without a foot in either light or shadow. I know. That's why I had to come get you out of it. Oh, Demetrios, that's what he did, isn't it? Luca frowned some more. It is. I took him into the shadows, and he dragged me halfway back, to the in-between. And now we're still here. We are, said Jocko. So how do we get out? I don't know. I'm afraid, Jocko. I know you are, but you can't let it overwhelm you. You have to keep your head so that you can get us out of here. Psst! Giacomo da Prado, listen to me! It was Fortunata. Judging by how peeved she sounded, she had been trying to get his attention for a while. We have to get back! Even speaking in his head, she was hissing vehemently. Amanda needs us now! So what should we do? Jocko was ashamed for shouting at her, but he wanted to shout at the whole world for making things so difficult. Every time he thought he'd solved one problem, another one popped up, even worse than before. She is stuck here, same as us. Or her shadow is. Her body is still back in what you would call the real world. And? Her shadow is new and untrained. She doesn't know how to return it to her body. Can you help her? I can, but you may not like it. If it saves Amanda, I don't care. I will save her, but only by becoming part of her. What do you mean? You mean you'll kill her somehow? Kill her soul and take over her body? No. Soul and body are not so easily separated as that, Giacomo da Prado. But my shadow, my soul, if you will join hers. I will have to become part of her to help her across this divide. And once I do that, I will not be able to separate from her. We will be 2 in 1, 3 in 1, actually. Jocko felt his lips twisting in distaste. I can't make that decision for her. You have to. You must make some kind of a decision for her, because no matter what you do, you will be choosing between life and death for her. Let me do this, and she will have life, even if she will not be quite the same person she was before. Tell me not to, and I will not, but I will have to do it to someone else instead, if you and Luca are to be rescued, and Amanda will slip away into shadow entirely. She doesn't deserve this. None of us deserve this, but it's happening to us anyway. So what will it be, Giacomo da Prado? If she were to choose for herself, Jocko said slowly, she would choose yes, I am sure of it. Not to save herself, but to save others. So yes, Fortunata, do this thing, if you are sure it will save her. I am as sure as I can be. I will take her across the divide, and then we will call across for you to guide you home. Jocko wanted to take Amanda's hand, look into her face one last time when it was still wholly hers, but before he could do any of those things, her body winked out of existence as if it had never been. Chapter 37. Jocko! No, Jocko, wait! She will come back! Luca was holding his sleeve and talking urgently into his ear. She's gone into the physical world, Luca explained. Or into shadow, but either way, she's out of the in-between. Which means she's safe. Oh, and them? Jocko nodded at the frozen figures of Sauro, Zoe, and Adorata. They're still stuck here with us. More stuck, because they can't act or, as far as I know, think. Although maybe we're more stuck, since we're more fully here. So what do we do about it? Wait for Fortunata to rescue us, I guess. Do you know how she's going to do it? No. If I did, I'd be doing it myself already. You know, Fortunata said something like that to me earlier. Luca gave him a half-smile. We are kin, you know. She must be my great many times great-aunt. I'm sorry about what happened to her, and at her and your family's hand. You were right to be angry about it. Luca gave another half-smile. I know, but I was wrong in how I went about it. I threw a tantrum like a little child, and dragged you down into danger with no regard for you at all. Well, true, but good may have come of it. If you hadn't done that, I wouldn't have brought Fortunata back here, and then things might have turned out even worse than they have. You don't know that they're going to turn out well. We're still stuck here. Yes, but Amanda isn't. You really love her, don't you? Giaco gave Luca a look. That's why I married her, he said. Yes, but marriage happens for all kinds of reasons. And I always thought... Luca wriggled uncomfortably instead of finishing his words. You thought I'd taken up with a has-been whore to warm my bed in my old age. No, not exactly. But close enough, Giaco finished for him. And yes, in case you were wondering, the stories you've heard of Amanda's past are true. When she arrived in Prado, fresh from the country and with an elderly mother to support, she had to turn to the oldest of professions to support them both. I wish she hadn't. Not because it makes her less in my eyes, but because I know she found it distasteful. Many in her situation do. But it's better than starving to death yourself, and much better than watching someone you love starve to death. So she sold her body in order to survive. As did I. What do you think a bodyguard does, Luca? So you see, Amanda and I have that in common. I know. But again, what do you think a bodyguard does, Luca? I sold away a good part of my life, both body and soul, in your service. And I don't begrudge that, but I don't look down on Amanda or anyone else who's done what she's done, either. I see. Luca scuffed the toe of his boot against the floor. I'd say thank you, Giaco, he said, but I don't think it would be enough. I'd still appreciate it. In that case, thank you, Giaco. You're very welcome. And, said Luca. Yes. I think I may be coming in for a dose of my own medicine. I think I may be about to find out what that's like. Giving up part of yourself for someone else. Sort of. Giaco had thought himself too drained to feel any more fear, but at those words his heart gave another painful jump. How so? He asked. I think I'm starting to feel... Luca turned and looked him full in the face. The shadow that was always just under his skin had been joined by a second shadow, and by something else, something that flickered like flame. I think I still have something of Demetrios in me, and Fortunata too. And Pan. Chapter 38. He's gone, Giaco said instinctively. You killed him. Didn't you hear what Fortunata said? You can't kill the god of fear. Not completely. He will fall, and then he will rise again. In me, I think. No. Giaco was shaking his head. No, Luca, that can't be. Why not? But I was unclear. He will rise again in me, and in every other living being. He lives in everyone and everything that has ever felt fear, which is everyone and everything. We need fear to live, and so as long as we are alive, he will be with us, although maybe with me more than most. I can feel him moving within me, Giaco, whispering to me of his presence, reminding me that terror is only ever a heartbeat away. I don't want... Let me take him. If that's what must be, Luca, then let me take him. Luca smiled, a full smile, but a sad one. Again, Giaco. Let you take my burden, my pain, for yourself again. I think not. You've already taken on enough for me, given up enough for me. Let me carry my own burden, suffer my own sorrows, for myself for once. How else will I leave the little boy I've always been behind? How else will I become great? Remember what Zoe told us. There is a reason why panic is named after a god. It is terrible, yes, but it gives us terrible strength, too. How do you think you got Fortunata out of that cage, and the both of you here? How do you think you saved me all those times before? How do you think you became the great hero of the Battle of Cinquevilla? Divine strength, was it not? The divine strength of the god of fear, I'll wager. Yes, said Jocko, his throat tight, but I wouldn't wish any of those things on you. Terror is terrible. I know, and I will know even better in the future. But if I am to be the greatest shadow walker of my generation, I need something more than ordinary strength. This is it. Luca cocked his head. I can already feel it, he said, giving me strength, even as it seeks to take over my mind. And it is telling me that Fortunata is calling us. It is telling me how to cross the bridge that she has made from the strength of her own fear back into our bodies and the real world. It is as if Pan is standing behind me, whispering in my ear, giving me his wisdom. I don't think Pan has much wisdom, said Jocko. He does, of a certain sort. The sort that allows you to commit great deeds, and terrible ones. Luca strode over to where Sauro and Zoe were seated at the table. We are trapped here because we don't have the strength to cross the divide between the shadow and the sunlit worlds. We're like a man who has to decide to swim across a river, only to have his limbs fail him halfway across, and is now floating helplessly in the current, unable to put his feet down and walk to the shore. But now I can feel the strength filling my veins, like a man who sees the waterfall ahead of him, and can suddenly summon the strength for those final few strokes. Come take my hand, Jocko, and Zoe's. Put Zoe's other hand in Sauro's. That's it. We have a circle. And now, give me your fear. I don't know that I have any left, said Jocko, trying to smile. As long as there's life, there's fear. Here. A tendril of shadow slithered out from Luca's hand and onto Jocko's. Jocko tried to jerk free, but Luca held him fast, his grip unnaturally strong. The shadow began to sink into Jocko's hand. His heart jumped and leapt into a gallop, and the veins stood out on his hands and arms. Good, said Luca with satisfaction. Now give me your strength, Jocko. Here we go. The room dropped away from under Jocko's feet, and was replaced with nothing but shadow. Chapter 39. Once again Jocko wanted to scream, but couldn't move, not even to open his mouth, as he plummeted to... His feet were on solid ground. He was standing on the floor of Adorata's bedroom, with Luca on his left and Zoe on his right. He took in a huge gasp. Did we return? Asked Zoe, looking around. Sauro, off to the left of Luca, shook his head in bemusement. I think so, he said. We're back, said Luca. I did it! He let go of their hands and threw back his head and laughed. I did it! I brought us back! Laughter bubbled out of him, but with more fear than mirth to it. Jocko had seen such things and felt them himself after a battle. He knew that Luca needed someone by his side to keep him from doing something stupid in his euphoria. But he would have to find someone else. Amanda was... Jocko looked over at the bed. Amanda was waking up. Jocko? She struggled to sitting, Adorata supporting her with an arm around her shoulders. Jocko, you're here. You made it back. And so did I, it seems. She sat all the way up. Color was returning to her face, and liveliness to her eyes. She seemed just the same as she always had, except for the shadow under her skin that moved almost, but not quite, with her. It will be there always, Jocko thought. When I walk by her side, and kiss her, and take her into my arms, The shadow will be there too, but it will be part of her, so I will learn to love it." "How do you feel?" he asked. "I did it!" Like Luca, she threw back her head and laughed, but her laughter was joyful. "I went down into the shadows, and I came back with my own— Oh!" "What's the matter?" "There's someone— Jocko, there's someone in here, with me. Sauro, Sauro. Is there supposed to be someone in here with me?" Sauro turned from where he was examining Luca. His eyes still looked bemused, even dazed. "What do you mean, Amanda?" "She's talking to me." "Amanda," began Jocko, "there's something I need to tell you about a bargain I made." Amanda held up her hand, her gaze turned inward. "She is telling me now. Is it true? Is she Fortunata dei Fiori?" "She is." Amanda smiled. "Lucky number 7, she said. "What do you mean?" "Don't you know? Well, I suppose you wouldn't. Fortunata was a great card reader when she was alive, and a great card player. She was called Lucky number 7, and 7s are still sometimes called Fortunata." Amanda took a deep breath. "That explains much. And she says that by joining with me, she was able to save me and lead you back to safety as well." "That is what she told me, yes." "Then I am glad you agreed to her bargain, Jocko. I would have done the same, but you knew that, didn't you?" "I did." Amanda swung her legs over the side of the bed and stood up, shaking off Adorata's helping hands. "Let me look at Luca," she said. "There is something I must see." She went over to Luca and joined Sauro and Zoe in examining him. "Yes," she finally said with a long breath. "It has come to pass." "What?" demanded Adorata, shortly followed by Sauro and Jocko. "Another thing that I saw and did not understand when I saw it. He has become 3 in 1, himself, his shadow, and a little bit of the god." "What does that mean?" Adorata's eyes were alarmed and envious all at once, although she was doing a good job of concealing the envy. "Just what I said. Just what I saw. He carries more than just himself now. He has, maybe not a foot, but at least a toe, in the world of the gods, in divine power." She patted Luca on the shoulder. "Lucrezia was the one whose wedding we came to, but you are the one who wed the god. You are married now, Luca, although not in a way most people would choose." "I know, but I chose it." Luca stood up straighter. "For the first time in my life, I made a choice for myself, and I will live with it for good or bad. And I know there will be bad, but there will be good too, I am sure of it. But I must go find Lucrezia. She must be told of what happened to her betrothed. And someone must tell my mother that the wedding will have to be called off. Since it is my doing, I should do it. No, Jocko," he added, when Jocko made to follow him out of the room. "You stay here with Amanda. She needs you more than I do. I will take another guard, although I have no need of guarding now." "Don't get careless," Jocko warned him. "Don't get cocky." Luca grinned a boyish grin, for a moment transformed back to the little boy Jocko had raised. "I'm sure you'll be here to remind me, Jocko," he said. "But for the moment, stay with Amanda and rest. You have earned it." Luca left, accompanied by Sauro, Adorata, and the guards who had been on duty in the hallway. Zoe insisted that Amanda return to bed, saying that magic stole energy, especially at first, and better to rest too much than to collapse. "And I must go too," she said, "to tell the other hellions that I was right." "Right about what?" asked Jocko. "Right that Demetrios's journey here was doomed. I saw it in the birds in our market square as we rode to the harbor, and the waves around our ship as we sailed over, and the movement of the leaves in the trees as we rode past, and I warned him and all the others to turn back, but they did not believe me. People rarely do, for all that I am an augur. But you believed me, did you not, Giacomo da Prado?" I did. And it saved you? Yes, among other things. I am glad. My journey was not in vain, then, for I also saw that I must make this journey, even if Demetrios must not. In the end, we both made it. I am sorry for Demetrios, but he chose his fate. And he was always an arrogant, unpleasant sort of a person. Not a good vessel for a god. Luca, perhaps, will be better. What will happen to him? Jocko asked, as the vessel to a god. Zoe shrugged, a delicate, graceful motion from her angular body. That is up to him, she said. The god will work through him, but he will work on the god as well. The vessel shapes the contents as much as the contents shape the vessel. Gods are clay, to be worked into the objects we need. And the person who will be working this divine clay into the object we need it to be now will be Luca. That sounds like far too much responsibility for one person, said Jocko. It is, but that is how it is. And now I will leave you. My people must hear some things they do not wish to hear. It is my fate to tell them, until one day they learn to listen. Chapter 40. The next day Amanda rose from Adorata's bed, paler and heartier than she had appeared in months. The shadow moved under her skin, but the shadows around her eyes and mouth were gone, replaced with the glow of a woman with child. She insisted on seeing Lucrezia first thing, if Lucrezia would consent to see her. Lucrezia, probably prompted by Adorata, did consent to see her. The three of them spent a long while closeted together in Lucrezia's bedroom while Jocko cooled his heels in the antechamber. Not that he minded. Some day he might grow tired of boredom, but not today. Dozing in front of a stove, warmed by it and the knowledge that Amanda was safe, was a very pleasant way to spend a morning. He must be growing old indeed, better suited to be a grandfather than a father. But fate would do as it willed. When Amanda emerged, her eyes were red, but her smile was bright. Lucrezia will be coming back to Prado with us, she announced. She is not sorry to have lost Demetrios, but she is desperate to leave Fiori. So she will come live with Adorata in Prado. Instead of more wedding festivities this afternoon, they are going to unveil her statue. Shall we go see it? If you wish, said Jocko. And so they found themselves walking arm in arm to the main courtyard of the Castello Maggiore. It was a cold, gray, late autumn day, and the mood of everyone gathering was sober without being sad. No one had known Demetrios well, and so the tragedy was not the loss of a man, but the loss of a royal wedding. I have been speaking with Fortunata, Amanda said abruptly, as they stood on the edge of the courtyard, still arm in arm. If he looked down at their linked bodies, Jocko could just see the shadow under her skin. He fancied he could feel it, too. But it didn't matter. It was part of Amanda, and therefore he loved it. And I've been waiting to hear from her. She stopped talking to me. Yes. Well, she can't. Not anymore. She can only speak with me, and that only for a time. What do you mean? She told me that she will stay with me for a time, but eventually she will become me, disperse into me like a strong wine I might drink, and that will make me merry for an evening, but that by morning will just be part of me, inseparable from the rest of me. Oh, I don't know. I don't like the thought of her being in there with you, like an invader. But that sounds sort of like death. It is, said Amanda. Although she says it will also be sort of like life. Some part of her will remain with me, even if her voice grows quiet, and it may remain within our daughter as well. Jocko gave her a look. Our daughter? So Fortunata says. She says, Jocko, you must promise me not to become angry. I promise, if you tell me quickly what it is. She says that she thinks she will pass into our daughter and be not exactly reborn in her, but a part of her in some way. I hate the thought of our daughter having that burden thrust upon her. I hate the thought of her being infected with shadow before she's even born. She is our daughter, Jocko. It was inevitable that she would have some sort of magic, and both of us have walked very close to the shadows for a long time. I do not think it is Fortunata's fault. No, but it worked out well for her in the end. She got to save her own skin by taking over yours, and our daughter's. No, Jocko. She gave up her skin in order to save you. Don't you understand that? She could have gotten herself free from that cage back in her own time, but she gave up that chance, gave up her own body, in order to get you back to your time, back to me. Although she says she thinks it may have been fated. This whole thing has the tang of fate to it, we both agree. Be that as it may. Once she was here, she could have taken over your body, or mine, but instead she chose to spend her strength on saving me and pulling you back to me. Bringing me all the way back cost her a great deal, and reaching out into the in-between and acting as the bridge that carried you and Luca and Sauro and Zoe back to us cost her all the rest. She has just enough strength to stay with me for a few more days, she says, and then she will just fade away. Oh. Jocko cleared his throat. Well then, I thank her. And what would you say to naming our child Fortunata? Or Fortunato, if it's a boy? Amanda kissed his cheek. We are both very happy at that thought, Jocko. Fortunata says she is sure it will be a girl. Oh, look, they're unveiling the statue. The king was standing next to the curtained-off statue, making a speech about how, in this tragic time, one could still find comfort in the immortality of art, and how the greatest artist of their generation, Giovanni da Prado, had, in his greatest creation yet, made a larger-than-life likeness of Lucrezia, which would now grace the main courtyard of the Castello Maggiore forever. He stepped back and gestured at Lucrezia, who was standing straight and tall despite being dressed all in black, with red eyes and a somber look on her face. She pulled the rope on the curtains. They slid back, revealing Jocko's father's statue. Lucrezia stood there, larger than life, wearing simple robes hanging from one shoulder and a profusion of flowers, spilling from her hands and twining around her feet. Her face bore an expression of sorrow and power that mirrored the one the real Lucrezia was currently wearing with uncanny accuracy. Not the face of a blushing bride, but a woman who has lost her innocence and found strength on the other side of it. It's funny, said Jocko. How did he know? It's a lovely statue, my dear. How did he know what? How did my father know that's what Lucrezia's face would look like just now? How did he match it so closely? Amanda shrugged. Since their arms were linked, Jocko ended up making a little half-shrug with her. He is an artist, my dear. He sees what is really there. And, although a fiery reborn man like him would no doubt rather die than admit it, he is a seer too in his own way, just like me or Zoe or all the rest of us. He sees not just what is, but what could be. True. Jocko looked at the statue, and at Lucrezia, and at Amanda standing beside him. All of them, he thought, bore a little bit of Proserpina, goddess of flowers and winter, of life and death, within them. Luca may have taken in the essence of Pan, and was even now shaping him into the new god of fear for these new times, but he was not the only one reforming a god into the vessel that was needed. Not that he would do such a bad job of it, Jocko told himself. When it really mattered, Luca had come through and proven himself to be Jocko's son as much as his father's. There were worse men to be fashioning this incarnation of the god of fear. But still, it was comforting to see that that would not be the only god brought into this new age. The maiden of spring who brought life into the underworld would survive as well. You know what? Jocko said to Amanda. What, my love? I know I should be worried about what the future holds for us. Things are unsettled, things are changing, in our kingdom as well as in ourselves, and we may be bringing a child into this unsettled future. But right now, standing here with you, I am not afraid. The end. That was The City of Shadows, a Renaissance fantasy thriller, Book 3 of the Jocko and Lucas series, by E.P. Clark. Copyright 2019. Narrated by E.P. Clark. Production copyright 2020. Thank you for listening to The City of Shadows. If you'd like to find out more, please visit my website at epclarkauthor.net. There you can discover more of my books, get a free story, and sign up for my mailing list in order to receive regular updates and offers. You can also find me on Facebook and Twitter at @epclarkauthor.